Hearing anything over there? We've got any news pouring in, Carly? Nothing confirmed. Nothing big. Okay. Well, that could be good news or bad news. But we'll let you know whenever we hear about it. Obviously, the first thing people are doing after getting hit by a tornado is not tweeting about it. And a lot of times, even emergency management in situations like this, where it kind of comes out of nowhere, a lot of times they're scrambled. The information coming through from them isn't very streamlined. So as soon as everybody figures out what's going on, we will let you know what's happening there. Man, I really hope that everybody was in their safe spot for that one. I feel like the warning was good. The National Weather Service did a great job with the PDS warning and the emergency, and yeah, all we can do is hope that the people got the warning. Carly, if you can flip my cameras around. Thank you. Let's see here. Keith White, bless these people and help them to a speedy recovery. JB, for those affected, do what you do. Y'all squad. Flower Child. Thank you guys so much for the support. Thank you for getting the word out, Ryan. I have family in Deer Park and Baytown. Sharing your stream with them. Prayers to all those impacted. Yeah, so we still don't know the extent of what just happened there. So I'm honestly, I'm just waiting to hear about it. If you see anything, please feel free to tag me in it on Twitter. If it's novel, if nobody else has seen it, if it's an original report, also tag the National Weather Service as well. Very important that we do. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, in light of this tornado passing through, whether or not it's on the ground at the moment, I hope everyone's taking shelter in the warning. But there are still other things happening, just right over Algoa, Texas, to the southwest of the Houston radar. There's what appears to me to be a quite a hefty possible downburst, or even a microburst. I'm not sure quite what's happening here, but I'm seeing a pocket of nearly 100-mile-per-hour winds right over the town of Algoa from this cell. So that's an incredibly dangerous wind situation. If it is properly showing up on radar, it looks like it has persisted for at least a frame. So 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds are approaching the Houston radar in the Dickinson and League City areas right now.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Very strong winds down here. And once again, even without tornadoes, it's going to be a big concern today, a big problem. And by the way, I just showed a video here. This is from Laney D. Tornado damage on Center Street in Deer Park. So yeah, definitely some significant damage there. And I can't tell much from this, but definitely I see some power lines kind of flipped over. I don't see much else than that. So I don't know where exactly this is, but that's kind of like the first indication of like, okay, something definitely did just happen there. Nora says 38,000 viewers and 10K likes. Liking helps get the word out. That's true. Thank you, Nora, for bringing that up. One of the ways that we end up helping people, and I hear it all the time, this is one of our most common testimonials, is there are people out here that are browsing YouTube right now in Port Arthur and out in front of these storms that have no idea about the severe weather threat today. And maybe one of the only ways they'll figure it out is by us popping up in their recommended feed or their suggested videos feed. And the way that's going to happen is by YouTube promoting us. So if you guys want to, just go ahead and hit the like button like you would on a normal video, and that'll help us reach more people. Thank you very much. All right, some more damage here from in and around Deer Park.
Harris County.
Hard to see anything in that video. Yep, tag me at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you see anything newsworthy there on Twitter. Here's a tweet from the Pasadena Police Department. We are aware of a tornado touching down on the southeast side of our city. Our officers and fire department are working towards assisting those people who were immediately affected. I really appreciate y'all. Teamwork makes the dream work. We've got all kinds of internet sleuths, internet researchers out there helping us get the latest. Okay, here we go. At Deer Park, Harris County, Texas, emergency manager reports numerous reports of home and property damage, along with downed trees in and around the Deer Park area. But yeah, we still don't know the extent, but we're working on finding it out. So far, everything that I've seen is not. I mean, obviously, it's bad, but it's not terrible. But maybe we just haven't seen the worst of it yet. I don't know. All right, let's flip the cameras back. Thank you, Carly. Here's a little bit more of a telling image. Tornado damage somewhere around Pearland. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy how quick that happened. This is from Kenneth. Damage with big trees down and some snapped in half near the intersection of Red Bluff and Spencer Highway. Oh, wow, that's a big tree. Okay, so that's pretty much all the news I have for you so far. I don't want to spend too much time, looking for that, because as it comes in, there are people that are here to let me know. But Ryan K did say the Deer Park tornado just passed my office building. Crazy experience, significant water wall. Threw around a few pole mounted transformers. Look at that. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we had a pretty significant tornado go through or near Deer Park, Texas. Big debris ball. Looked to me like it was throwing debris in the air about 10,000 feet. And we had a tornado emergency. Now we still have a tornado warning. It's a radar indicated for Chambers, Harris, and Liberty counties in Texas. We want to make sure those people are still in their safe spots. But the big nasty tornado has lifted. And now we're just we're trying to figure out what happened down there. And we are seeing a lot of damage reports and pictures coming in. So I'm sure we'll have more of that as time goes on. Nicholas has got an interesting analysis here. Track of the intense tornado that moved through the Houston suburbs a few moments ago. This was made using radar, so it might not be 100% accurate. So it started off down here near Pearland, went up right through that intersection we were talking about near Golden Acres, went through or just to the east of Deer Park, and then kind of dissipated once it started going over this waterway here, the channel view, and then kind of really lifted once it got to Cody in Texas here. I think that it was most intense right in here. So this is a lot of the damage photos and videos and stuff that we're getting are coming from that area. But this is all residential pretty much. Andy, why don't you and Ben talk about what you just sent me here while I take a quick drink of water? I'll pull it up.
All right, Ryan, I got you, and then I'll lead in Ben here. So yeah, okay, so guys, look at this. I just tweeted this, by the way. So you can find my Twitter. It's somewhere on Ryan's page. You'll be able to find it. But this right here, right above my head here, that's our correlation coefficient product. And if we didn't have time to do this while this tornado was on the ground and in progress, we needed to relay the path of it, where it went. But while it was ongoing, we actually looked up a couple tilts in the radar, so it scans at different beam heights. And a couple tilts up, we saw, Ben and I both saw that, or Ben relayed to me first, and I was like, "What in the world is that?" It's actually what we think is a ring, literally a ring of debris around what would be the tornado. So we're sampling it, maybe 1,000 feet in the air at that point, and so at that point, the tornado literally probably had nothing in the center of its funnel, and then the debris was circling around it. That's my interpretation of it. Ben, if you want to give some more in depth about that, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, what you said is pretty much um, what is happening here. I would say that it might be similar to like centrifuging of the debris out. So centrifuging meaning since there's such strong rotation, pretty much the the debris CC drop on that scan lines up with the radius of max winds of that tornado. So how long the tornado is. So since the fastest winds of the tornado are farther out, it's probably bringing all that debris out to the side and keeping, the center clear. So, that's probably what's centrifuging that debris out, and we see it show up on radar as a ring. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that is so wild to me. It's, something like that is something you see when we have those, we call them the Dow intercept trucks. The trucks come in with the satellites on the roofs of the van. And when they're that close to the tornado, they can sample it. And actually, we can see radar returns on reflectivity, looking at the rainfall. We can see things like that, but it's very rare that you actually see this from one of our Doppler radars. So I definitely wanted to point this out. It's probably one of the most unique returns I've ever seen from a Doppler radar. And that happened while it was near Deer Park, if you can't tell from the resolution. So clearly to me, indicative of a strong, maybe like a cone tornado was possibly in progress at that point.
All right. Thank you, guys. That was meteorologist Andy Hill and Ben Price. Something went wrong with our overlay there. But I retweeted both of those tweets. If you guys want to see that, it's on my Twitter. Or you can go straight to them, Andy, and then Hail Havoc WX on Twitter there. So, yeah, really interesting stuff. Definitely in the moment, there's a lot of stuff that you kind of want to talk about as just like a holy smokes, like this is crazy kind of meteorological deal. But I think the most important part of what we do is relaying the up to date, like, where's the storm, where's it going next, and then we can kind of reflect on it afterwards. So that was awesome. I'm glad to hear from them. And of course, we are still watching these storms that are continuing to produce severe weather right now. This isn't over. All severe warnings have been allowed to expire, but this is not over. In fact, now we're starting to see some new cells pop up out here over the Gulf of Mexico that are concerning. Once these make it up onto land, they're going to be in that really ripe atmosphere for tornadic production. And unfortunately, these are discrete. So it's very likely that these are also going to try to produce tornadoes as they come up towards Port Arthur, Beaumont, Bridge City, Cameron, the border between Texas and Louisiana. This is going to continue to be a big problem for us as we go forward. The existing line of storms that has produced all of these severe thunderstorms and tornadoes is currently just a big-time damaging wind maker. But we've got to watch it closely because there are little areas that could produce new tornadoes here in the very near future. Definitely don't want to let our guard down. Actually, look at this right there. That might be the next one that we need to watch. And we all saw how fast that other one happened. There's no warning for this right now, but definitely got to watch that close. Brad Arnold is pretty close to it. We can see his feet above my head there. This is obviously going to be another rain-wrapped tornado if it decides to produce, and my goodness, it is. I think it is producing. Let's see here. Yeah, look at that. Out of nowhere, debris ball. Where's the warning? There it is. Okay, the National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for Chambers County and Liberty County, Texas. There it is. Once again, y'all, it's crazy how fast this happens. And now we got another big tornado on the ground. Let's get a hold of Brad. Brad, I don't know if you know this or not, but like in the past minute, a big tornado has just formed right in front of you. They just issued a warning for it. We got a big CC drop just to your north and east. All right. Let's see here. All right, so Brad's right here. Tornado is going to be up here north of Wallaceville, moving up towards Shiloh. So now we have another tornado on the ground that has just kind of popped up, and now we've got a tornado warning for Chambers and Liberty County. That's radar indicated, but I'm surprised they didn't go ahead and go with confirmed because that's definitely on the ground. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Right there's your rotation just to the west of Hankomer, and that's your correlation coefficient drop, indicating that there is debris getting lofted into the air. Went from nothing to a big old storm in no time. This is a little bit less of a populated area, but Handmaker and Devers are in the path. Take shelter now if you are in anywhere in Chambers or Liberty County, Texas, though. This is why I think it's so important that we try to share and get the word out about what we're doing here before the warnings are issued, because like a lot of times that early heads up is important. And it's sometimes if you're at the National Weather Service, in order to issue a warning, you got to type up a daggone paragraph about it. You got to use the antiquated system that the government provides you. It takes a while before the public actually gets the warning. So by watching this stream, you're kind of getting a behind the scenes look at the process of finding the tornadoes in the first place. And if you're paying attention, if you want to be hyper weather aware, you'll see that usually before the warning actually gets put out. So here we are. We got another severe thunderstorm producing a tornado here just to the west of Handmaker. And it's moving up towards Shiloh. I do think that Shiloh is in the direct path of this. This is in Texas. It's going to go between Shiloh and Abshire Settlement. It's going to cross FM 563 here within the next little bit. And then beyond that, it'll go towards Devers. Overall, this is a much less populated area. But there's still homes, there's still businesses along this 563 road here. And of course, we've got some developments, homes and gas stations and stuff like that in and around Shiloh. So we want to make sure that those people are in the loop and they know what's going on.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. Let's go ahead and ring the alarm on that. The Weather Service is kind of agreeing with us here, saying that the tornado is on the ground. So we can officially say that this tornado is on the ground as it approaches Devers in Texas. Okay, this is just to the south and east of Liberty, but this is in Liberty County and Chambers County, Texas. So please, you take shelter now. Take this serious, y'all. You saw how fast that other one turned into a really big deal. Okay, we're not sure of the extent of the damage in Deer Park just yet, but we do know that there's home and property damage all over the place. Unfortunately, this is probably a similar sight will be seen out here near Abshire Settlement and Shiloh in Texas. So we want you to take your tornado precautions right now if you haven't already. Let's see here. What do we got? What is this looking like here? The placement of this is actually really weird. Man, that picked up a lot of debris. So this debris field is like 2 miles wide here. But I'm hoping that we see another instance where this is kind of like a brief touchdown and it's going to lift. But if that doesn't happen, then it's going to go right towards Shiloh, unfortunately. Timothy, thank you for the extremely generous super chat. Everybody say thank you to Timmy. You didn't have to do that, man. Says, watching from Everett, Washington. Thanks for all you do and keeping people informed. Hope this will help someone in need. And yeah, by the way, if we hear about Deer Park, if we get some more stories and information about what's going on down there, and it does seem like the Y'all Squad needs to show up, we will. We just got to get in contact with the correct people, emergency management, and just make sure that we're needed. Last thing we want to do is go somewhere where the current resources, current officials and stuff have it taken care of, and then get in the way. That's hardly ever the case. So yeah, we will go down there if needed. Oh boy, this is probably the most impressive. This is from near Pasadena. Damage left and right from the tornado down there. This was near Deer Park. This is why we tell you, this is a great representation of why we tell you to get into the most interior room of your home. All right. So if you're here in the middle of your home, the most centralized part, it's better than being over here, right? More images from the Pasadena area and Houston. Lots of tree limbs down.
Flare gas recovery system.
Shell Deer Park Chemicals says we're currently experiencing an incident due to severe weather. We're taking steps to minimize any noise, light, or smoke associated with the flaring activity. This is being handled within the boundaries of this facility. There is no threat to the community, so that's good. Well, everybody in the chat while the tornado was going through Deer Park was like just freaking out about the oil refineries and the chemical plants out there. It does seem like maybe the Shell one took some sort of damage, but it seems like they have it handled. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. An update for our friends in the Galveston area up to Texas City, down along Interstate 45. I think that Galveston, you guys will probably get what is becoming the leading edge of a bow echo here, especially with this latest radar return near San Leon. There's a decent area of this reflectivity is being pushed forward. So the storm's literally being pushed forward by a rear inflow jet. And that means that it's going to be really gusty in Galveston and Texas City when this gets to you guys. So primarily a more of a wind threat, it looks like, with this part of the line. I wouldn't count it out at all. So be ready for some gusty winds in Galveston. No severe thunderstorm warning, but you have a special marine warning encompassing the area. So that's what I'm seeing right now, developing just east of the radar.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Big storms happening all up and down the eastern side of Texas right now. Strong winds, some hail, but the most, impressive storm right now is producing a potential tornado near Abshire Settlement.
Can you guys hear me?
It was
Okay, cool. I'm here
producing
now.
a tornado near Abshire Settlement. Now we're not sure, but let's see here. But there is still a debris signature showing up here near Shiloh. So hopefully everybody in Shiloh is still in their safe spots. And we're staying in our safe spots in Moore Settlement and Devers as well. So this tornado picked up a big bunch of debris right over the road here, lofted it into the air. Some of the most recent returns here. So one of the things that we look at when we look at this is how deep is the correlation coefficient drop, right? The darker the blue, the more abnormal whatever is in the air is. So, if we're talking about bigger debris, more debris, it's going to be a deeper, darker blue. So whenever you start seeing the debris fields kind of spread out like this and become less tight, a little bit more loose, the edges are kind of bleeding into the yellow, and you start to see less blue and more green, that tells me that there's a chance that this isn't picking up new debris, but instead what we're seeing is just leftover debris flying in the sky, like just floating up in that mesocyclone as it slowly tries to fall down. But certainly that doesn't mean that we should come out of our safe spots and Devers. We should stay in there. But there's a chance that this is lifted, and we're just hoping for the best. There is a chance that this is going to reform, though. And honestly, all up and down this big bend right here, from here all the way up through the top part, a new tornado could form at any moment, and it could cause big damage like we've been seeing. So even though we're not under a tornado warning in Winnie or High Island or Beaumont or any of these places, we need to be alert as to what's happening here because we're going to see these storms really continue to try to produce tornadoes as we go forward. So we still have a tornado warning for Chambers and Liberty County, Texas. It's not the same PDS tornado big time situation that we were just dealing with, but it's still a dangerous situation. So we want you in your safe spot. But this is a much bigger storm than just down here in eastern Texas. We've got heavy snow trying to break out back here in Oklahoma. It's really starting to break out in Arkansas. And we're already seeing some places with 3 inches of snow south of Oklahoma City, 2.4 inches there near Norman, 1.5 inches, 4 inches down there near Altus, Oklahoma. So that is what we've got going on there. And we've got a lot of people sending in photos and videos of the snow. And we will get to that. I promise we're going to cover this. We're going to cover the snow portion of this storm just as thoroughly as the tornado portion after the tornado emergency situation is kind of calmed down a little bit. And that's good news anyways, because it's going to take a while for the snowstorm to really get ramping up here. Right now we're focused on this big tornado watch and that 1 tornado warning. And we're also focused on the news that's coming out about the damage here. Oh wait. Real quick, this one's too good. The no snow-o-meter. I feel you. Same thing here. Let's see here. More damage, reports, pictures, and videos coming in. Lots of damage in the Pasadena area. Lots of damage. That's from Rangel WX. Is this real? Can somebody tell me if this is real? I'm sending this in Discord. I feel like it ain't. But it very well could be. I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised. But I'm not going to show it until I know for sure.
Hey, Ryan, sorry, I just got your message from a while back. I was on the phone. I apologize about that. I was checking on damage that may have happened in Deer Park. Yeah, we were aware of that. We did see a lot of siding metal sheet metal that was across the I-10 corridor, and then there was a car that was blown off into the median as well. But as far as that goes, that's a pretty urban area, a pretty sparse area as far as population goes. So I wasn't too worried about structural stuff, but yeah, it was just east of us.
All right, so there you go. That was
Ryan, have you heard of any big time damage in the Deer Park area? When we were going through it, we noticed a little bit of roof damage, but nothing as far as like walls collapsed or anything like that. Have you heard or seen anything about that?
Yeah, so far I haven't seen anything terrible. A lot of down trees, power lines, a couple areas with some roof damage, but I haven't seen anything significant. But we haven't seen a whole lot at all, so we're still waiting for reports and stuff to come in. BK says when refineries have an issue, they have several redundant lines and systems to address the damage. From there, they push it to the flare stacks to burn off the pressure harmlessly. It may just look weird to the locals. Nice information there. Really appreciate everybody tuning in and sharing the stream.
Okay, thank you. If you hear of any damage, substantial damage where like walls have caved in or collapsed homes or anything like that, let me know. As of right now, we're heading east on I-10, trying to catch up. It looks like there's a street cell that's popping up just coming on the coast right now of the Louisiana-Texas state line. But if we hear that there's structural damage and people need help, we're going to turn around and go help them.
All right. That sounds good. I think we got 102,000 people without power right now in the Houston area. So definitely a lot of power outages, a lot of down power lines and stuff. But I haven't heard a whole lot of anything else. I think the worst damage that I've seen so far, this is a screen grab from Reed Timmer's stream, I think. He's got a drone in the air, and he's like looking at some of the damage. This is definitely the most intense that I've seen so far, and obviously that's bad. But it's kind of localized. You see the roof on this house over here is still there. So we're going to wait, and we're going to wait for more damage information to come in. But definitely there was a tornado that went through there. I just hope that the biggest part of it just missed some of the more populated areas, which is maybe what happened. We can hope for the best. We currently have no tornado warnings, by the way. We're getting ready to see that big strong storm that Andy was talking about earlier go through to Galveston. Strong winds with that one for sure. Yeah, very strong winds with that one. So we've got to watch out for that. But as far as tornadoes go, I'm not seeing a whole lot to worry about right now. But as we know, that can change in the blink of an eye. Hey, Rhonda, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Really appreciate it. You guys have been super supportive. Hey, Ryan, my family is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Please keep them updated as the storm moves through. Absolutely. We're going to be here until I fall asleep. We started the stream at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. It's currently 4:30. We're going to go to at least midnight or 1 a.m. Mobile home turned over in fire where the tornado hit near Baytown. Yeah, just continuing to look at some of the new information that's coming in. There have been multiple instances today where we have seen little things like this turn into big tornadoes in a matter of minutes. So I've been watching that closely, but it doesn't look like anything's happening with it right now. What's happening instead is just a wall of wind is coming through Texas City and Smith Point right now. That's going to try to move towards Galveston. That might cause damage without a tornado. Really watching these supercells as well. As these move into Louisiana, they might try to cause problems with maybe some more tornadoes. Uh-oh. See here, this is from the Atascocita, I think, fire department. The MPV AM bus has been dispatched to a tornado-related structure collapse in the San Jacinto Manor Nursing Home in Deer Park. So that is from one of the fire departments down there. It's crazy how many tornado emergencies and PDS tornado warnings we've had this January. I think we've had more tornado emergencies and PDS tornado warnings this January than we had all like traditional tornado season. It's crazy. Yeah, so big storms still out there. No tornadoes right now. That could change in the blink of an eye, as we've seen a billion times today. We've got strong winds and maybe some hail getting ready to move into South Lake, Bevel Oaks, and Beaumont and China in Texas, as well as Winnie and Port Arthur. You guys are getting ready to get hit by a very strong storm. An even stronger storm, in my opinion, is getting ready to go through Crystal Beach and Kaplan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we got a new tornado warning for Orange, Jefferson, and Hardin counties in Texas. So let's check on that as soon as we get it. As soon as the polygon pops up here. That's way over yonder in southeastern Texas in Orange County. Let's zoom in here. There's your polygon. That includes Beaumont. So how long have we been talking about Beaumont today? Get ready, get ready, get ready. Hopefully you're ready, and now you're getting into your safe spot. We've got a tornado warning that includes China and Rose Hill Acres. So there you go. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just fixing to tell you about that when I was looking at that from the Lake Charles radar, actually slightly further away, but the previous scan gives you a really good idea of why they warned this. This is a warning from the Lake Charles office, too, which is why it's just east of where the rotation is near Nome, Texas, headed towards China, Texas, and then eventually areas near Beaumont.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. You can see near Nome, we've got that rotation here, and that's going to continue to move up towards China and Beaumont. We want you to take shelter if you are in Hardin, Jefferson, or Orange County in Texas. This is a dangerous situation. We've saw who knows how many times today storms like this very quickly produce big tornadoes, and that's what's trying to happen right here. That's what's trying to happen right there. If it isn't already happening, within minutes or seconds, a tornado is going to come out of this storm right here near Nome. So it's more than likely just to the west of FM 365, and then it'll come up towards Nome from the southwest. It might go right through Nome, especially where Highway 90 and 326 intersect here. We've saw this happen multiple times today. There's no reason to assume that this is going to be different. This might very quickly turn into a big tornado as it comes through Nome, Texas. We've also got to be ready downstream in China, in Westbury, Pinewood Estates, and Bevel Oaks, as this is a dangerous situation, and this could be a very big tornado. Now, the city of Beaumont, Texas, is included in this. I'm hoping that this circulation goes north of town, though. That's what it looks like right now, but it could change. So we're going to get to shelter in Beaumont as well. Look at that. So fast. And it's happening in you remember I talked about how this was a bit suspicious on the top of that? Look at this. There's another one of those right here. Watch what happens. Boom. It's kind of like, imagine this curved line here is a hand. All right. You've ever put your hand in the pool or in the bathtub and like moved it like this? Off the top of your fingers, the water, a cyclone will form. That's kind of like what's happening in the atmosphere here. Watch how it just spins off the top of that frontal area, and then boom, got a tornado up here near Nome. So we've got to watch those closely today. There's another one right here. We'll have to watch that. So yeah, there we go. This is down. This is on the ground. We've got a debris signature here just to the south and west of Nome. This has happened a bunch today. So Nome, Texas, take shelter now. There's a big tornado just to your south and west. It is not going to be visible. You can't see it. So don't go looking for it. Just get into your safe spot. We're going to hope that this crosses Highway 90 to the west of Nome. This is a small town. But there's a chance that it goes right through the daggone center of it. So if that happens and you live out there, you're going to wish that you were in your safe spot if you're not there already. So beyond that, we're also pretty concerned about Sour Lake and Pinewood Estates. So you guys are next in line. Take shelter, though, if you're anywhere in Hardin, Jefferson, or Orange counties in Texas. We don't have any chasers on this one. Storm chaser Brett Adair is in Beaumont, but he's a significant distance away from the actual tornado, which is right here. Just waiting on the next scan. Looks like the rotation was very intense right here, but might have been going down a little bit. Yeah. So that was brief, I think. So now we've got that debris signature still here going over Nome or just to the west of Nome, but the rotation doesn't look as bad. But still, we want to be in our safe spots. Regardless, we want to stay in our safe spots. And what's really interesting here is the National Weather Service issued this big warning box that goes all the way out to Beaumont, but it's very likely that this tornado never makes it inside of that, as it's kind of veered off to the north here a little bit. So that's our area of rotation. It looks a little bit less concerning, but we're staying in our safe spots just in case. All the way over to Beaumont, because like we've been saying all day, tornado or not, this is going to be a strong storm with very, very strong winds that could cause tornado-like damage, whether there is actually a tornado or not. Yeah, that looked like a brief spin up to me, but it could change fast again, so we're not letting our guard down. Whenever I say stuff like that, please do not think that I'm saying that you can just like come out of your safe spot now, because that is not what I'm saying at all. We follow the National Weather Service warnings here. That's Heidi. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey Ryan, I have an update for you. That there is some sustained damage to the Deer Park Animal Shelter, and I looked up the location, and it looks to be south of Pasadena Boulevard and right off of Luella Avenue. So there looks like that's an area where there's quite a bit of damage right now.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Heidi Oberlin, helping us out here, relaying some information on the damage that's coming in. So thank you very much for that. Sounds like we're starting to get more information, and that's what I figured would happen. And I think we're going to start hearing about some more significant damage because it does look like some of the more harder hit areas we're not seeing any pictures or videos from just yet. So we're going to see that very soon. So thank you, Heidi, for that update. I'm sure we'll be hearing from her a lot more tonight. If you're just now tuning in, behind the scenes here, we have, it's not just me. Whenever I started this channel, I called it Ryan Hall, y'all, because it was just me. I never thought I'd need help making weather YouTube videos and stuff. But now we've got a team of some of the best storm chasers in the world out there helping us out. We've got a panel of meteorologists, Andy Hill, Ben Price, Heidi Oberlin in the background, watching the radar, helping us, figure out where to focus in on next. We've also got producer Carly over here, which you can see from the studio view. And then way more than that. It's a big team that makes all this happen now. So a huge shout out to everybody that's a part of this. And honestly, we couldn't do it if it wasn't for you, everybody that's watching. So thank you as well, especially the people who are liking the video and hitting the subscribe button. That helps propel us without needing to, go to commercial break or, worry about big corporate sponsors or anything like that. We got good old Polly Puree here, keeping us going. So thank you very much for that. I did not know that was going to be the name. I just clicked it. Worked out I love the name. That's awesome. Yeah, that is Carly, why don't you pull up your picture again? People are always confused when I say your name. Yeah, this is Carly Hall. It's actually my sister. So there you go. That's who's over there at the production desk. And yeah. Got a lot of Hall y'alls on the team. Chris Hall, y'all, is not my brother, contrary to popular belief. It doesn't really matter, but a lot of people ask about that. Looks like some pretty significant damage up here in
Tornado
Deer Park.
right through here. Picked these cars up out of the air. Look at that. Smashed them into each other. Turned that car sideways. Busted out all the windows. Busted out their windows.
That's crazy.
Fucked
That
all these
is
cars up.
crazy. Oh, and by the way, it's snowing in Arkansas. Big tornadoes in Texas today, and just to the north in Arkansas. And honestly, in northern Texas, it's snowing. Very dynamic storm. And speaking of the snow, as soon as we get a free second here, we are going to do a snowman competition. If we get somebody that gets enough snow to build a snowman, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Who can build the best snowman? Ryan is live covering severe weather and winter weather right now, and we want to see who can build the best snowman. I am very interested in seeing everybody send in their snowman pictures. I really hope that we get to a point of this coverage where we can focus on that and we're not dealing with a bunch of naders. But yeah, if you've got enough snow, start thinking of how you're going to construct your snowman, because I'm going to criticize it. Okay. That's what we do here. And the goal is to just make you a better snowman maker. It's not to make you feel bad about yourself or anything like that. And then, of course, also, if you have a Yolometer, if you've got a way to send pictures of your snow reports, the depth of the snow that you have right now, we're compiling all of your submissions right now. And at the end of the stream, we're going to give a couple people $1,000, $1,000 for sending in snow reports. So we're just trying to encourage people to help us learn more about the weather and get snow reports. How many other times can you watch the weather and have a chance of getting $1,000? I don't think that happens. Definitely don't happen on the Weather Channel. So if you're just now tuning in, we are continuing to watch the development of the severe weather situation that's happening in southeastern Texas. It ebbs and flows in its intensity. We've had a couple of really intense moments today. Right now, we are in a less intense moment because the tornado that we did have earlier has lifted. We still have a tornado warning for Beaumont, Texas, and we want to stay in our safe spots until that tornado warning is allowed to expire. But I don't think that the original tornado that prompted that warning is still down. In fact, I don't think it even made it into the warning box. Right here, there was a tornado down southwest of Nome. The warning got issued. The tornado just didn't even go into it. So there you go. That's how fast this is happening today. We could see this reform right here near China, so that's why we need to stay in our safe spot. Oh, and here's a picture of the animal shelter that took some damage there. It looks like the roof was damaged. Parktown townhouses in Deer Park, Texas. Yeah, that's pretty significant too. Are the animals okay? I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'm sure we'll get more updates from that soon. Robin, thank you very much. Helen, thank you for becoming a member. Billy, thank you. Appreciate it, y'all. What's Central Louisiana looking like right now? The warm sector is evolving into the state, but there's currently no tornadic sales that are happening right now. I think that's going to change. I really think that's going to change. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Right now, though, like there's really not a whole lot going on other than the storm over here that's promoting the tornado warning that includes Beaumont. The original tornado, I think, has lifted, but there's two areas that could be trying to produce new tornadoes here near Bevel Oaks and China. This one especially, we've got to keep an eye on because it looks like the CC drop, the correlation coefficient TDS there is coming back a little bit. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, this one's going to be a bit tough to relay, but if you look north of High Island, Texas, and Gilcrest at the coast, right where the bookend vortex would be, if you know where that is, right on the northern edge of this line, that looks like an area of concerning rotation to me. I can see it on both Houston and Lake Charles radar. It's coming together, and it's going to go towards Stowell or Stowell. Right about where Brad Arnold is. So he's in the path ahead of this on Interstate 10. That's what I'm watching right now.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. There is another one of those situations where we might see something spin up off the top of this, like we saw earlier. So there's no warning out here for Winnie or Taylor Landing or any of these places yet, but heads up, y'all watch out as this could be another concerning area that we watch here in the very near future. Right now, though, we do have a tornado warning for Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill Acres, and Beaumont. There's an interesting area of rotation here and here. And then we did have that little bit of a tornado debris signature just north of China, which either was some new debris being picked up or maybe even just some leftover debris from where the tornado touched down near Nome. But still, I don't know for sure. So it just makes sense for you to get to shelter and stay there until that warning has been allowed to expire. That includes the town of Beaumont as well. Wow, this is a clean setup. Sorry, I know that we've got a tornado warning, but like I can't ignore this. This is that's beautiful, man. I love it. Thanks for sending that in. One of our team members said, I do not approve of the cable management. I didn't even notice the bad cable management. So it must have not have been that bad. All right, flip the cameras back. Somebody said I'm so easily distracted. No, that's just not true. Not true at all. So I just want to reiterate that Houston and Baytown, El Campo, Bay City, Lake Jackson, everybody behind this line here is fine. You're in the clear. There's no more severe weather threat for you. Everybody in front of it, though, is going to have some more problems tonight, including Lake Charles, Cameron, Lafayette, Franklin, Houma, Baton Rouge, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Eventually all the way up there into Mississippi as well. So we're going to be with you until we can't anymore. And that's that's pretty much what we're looking at here. We're just watching these little circulations pop up. So what we've seen so far has been bad. We've seen a lot of spin up tornadoes. We've seen some big spin up tornadoes. But what I'm concerned about, and one of the reasons why we had such a increased risk for tornadoes today, is stuff like this. If any of these supercells out here can kind of root up and become a force of their own and produce a tornado outside of the line, that's going to be a big problem. This is where we could see some of the bigger tornadoes. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But there's two threats. There's two areas where you could see a tornado in a prefrontal sail or along this line. So that's the two areas that we are watching very closely right now. Some rotation out here in the Gulf of Mexico with that storm. Some rotation out here with this one as well. It's another shrimp for you. A tiny little storm. And we're going to continue to watch those very closely as we go forward. Right now, though, the most intense storm by far is the one that's approaching Beaumont. As far as the potential for tornadic activity, I think. So we're going to continue to watch this, and hopefully everybody's in their safe spots in Beaumont, because there's all these little weird areas that could produce a tornado. So better to be safe than sorry. In fact, that might be a tornado right there already. It's hard to say for sure, but you see that? That could be debris coming up just to the west of Beaumont. So let's hope that's not what's happening, but you are under a tornado warning out here anyway. So if that's what it takes to get you into your safe spot, let's just say it is a tornado. It might actually really be, though. And this is out here near Pine Island and Meeker. So, and what's crazy is you're under a tornado warning out here, but this is not even close to the same area that prompted the tornado warning. This is a whole different area of circulation, just happened to pop up in the existing tornado warning. Yeah, that's intense. Right there, just to the west of Beaumont. Brett Adair is our closest one to that, and he's above my head there in the number 1 position. So you can see his camera. But I don't think we would be able to see the tornado yet from his view. He's pretty much in the town of Beaumont right now, though. All right, latest scan has arrived. It looks less impressive. Another little spin up, I think we just had there. So I mean, like, who knows how many times that's going to happen? Who knows if it's going to happen again here south of Beaumont and then go right through the town? So we do want to stay in our safe spots, regardless of what's happening here on the radar. Unfortunately, I can't give you much more information than that. This is the kind of storm this is. There's a lot of rotation in the atmosphere out here. Just randomly, parts of the storm are going to latch onto it. And you know, if that happens to happen over your neighborhood, you're going to wish you were in your safe spot. So just respect the polygon. Everybody in the purple polygon should be in their safe spot. Here is a Yalameter submission from Chrissy in Harvard. That is from the storm that they got Sunday night through all day Monday. A little bit more snow on the way, probably not much though. Here's a view from the LaPorte Freeway. Some of the damage there. I believe this is some of the same stuff that Brad Arnold saw after the tornado went by. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching the supercells that are coming onshore now in southwestern Louisiana to the west of Cameron near Holly Beach. There's a couple of some tight couplets. One of them may be side load, but I think this one that's approaching Holly Beach is legitimate. So I imagine an advance heads up is a good idea for those who may be in the Holly Beach area on the Louisiana coast.
All right, thank you, Andy. These are the storms that we visited earlier. The shrimp, it's getting a little bit beefier, and could be rotating enough to potentially produce a tornado as it comes ashore here near Holly Beach. So no warning yet, but y'all watch out. It could be coming. Go ahead and know what you're going to do when the warning does come through so that you're not scared and rather prepared. Get that plan ready. Where's your shoes? Where's your helmet?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now we've got a new tornado warning for Jefferson County, Texas. Jefferson County, Texas. That's just to the south of Beaumont. Oops. Zoom in on it here. Wow. Yeah, right here. That's your new polygon there. Look at that over here. What is that for? Okay. So there's your new polygon. That's for this area of rotation, I believe, near Winnie. This is what Andy was talking about earlier. We now have an official warning for this now for Taylor Landing and Fannet. And Brad Arnold is in the direct path of that. So if we can get Brad back in the number one, we'll watch him above our head there. Yeah, so Brad, I don't know how he's doing it, but Brad has been right in like the perfect spot for these little random tornadoes throughout the day. So Brad's been I think the MVP storm chaser of the day. I don't know. What do you guys think? Here's something really interesting too. So this is coming from Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is an observed hodograph. Basically, the fact that it is curved like this and it has such a long extension up here is a bad sign. This essentially shows you wind speed and direction as you increase in height, and a lot of times storms will take the shape of the hodograph, right? So if a supercell looks like that, then down here more than likely you're going to have a tornado. So that is a pretty concerning sign for the future of how this evening is going to go. We do have a very favorable atmosphere in and around Lake Charles, Louisiana, for tornadoes. I mean, honestly, that's very favorable. So it's not very often that you see that. So unfortunately, that's something that we're going to be dealing with all throughout this evening. It's currently 5 p.m. on the East Coast, 4 p.m. out here in Central Land. We'll be going until 1 a.m. or so, at least. It's a curved noodle, yeah. Whenever the noodle is curved, it's dangerous. James says, Ryan, please make a Nader Juice t-shirt. We have one. It's on the website. Oh man, I can't wait until we start getting snowman pictures in. Y'all got talent, snowman edition. That's Simon Cowell with my face on it. How cool is that? Hey, thank you, Megan. Seriously, that's cool. Yeah, right there it is. Not only shirts, but daggone long sleeve shirts, phone cases, the whole 9 yards. Just another way you can help me continue to not have to cut to a commercial break. I really appreciate it. Link in the description, shopryanhall.com. Still looking to see if there's news that's coming in from the Deer Park area, and we're getting a lot of videos and pictures. A lot of them. I'm trying not to show all of them though, because sometimes people don't want you to show them. So like I'm trying to avoid it unless it's important. But it does look like there's significant damage down here, but nothing as bad as maybe what it looked like on radar, which is good news. Very good news. Okay, so the tornado warning for Beaumont has been allowed to expire. There is no longer a tornado warning for Beaumont, Texas. But there is a tornado warning still for Jefferson County, Texas, which is, we got to respect the polygon, stay in our safe spots. Look at all these. Whew, look at all these, though. I mean, this right here pretty much takes the exact shape of that photograph we showed earlier. Look at that. And it is rotating. These are going to cause problems, I think, unfortunately. It's a very messy storm mode, but I think what we're going to see happen here is another kind of like confluence band set up right in here. And then that's going to increase the tornado threat in a similar way that the original line did here for a lot of south central Louisiana between Lake Charles and Lafayette. Oh, look at this. Bree, I don't have a yolometer yet, but I made this stick to measure the snow in Manitoba, Canada. 17 inches. Bree, thank you so much for sending that in. And I love the shirt. Yeah, so there was a animal shelter that took pretty significant damage down there in Pasadena earlier. I haven't heard anything about the status of the animals or anything, but definitely know that there has been a lot of damage. So we're keeping an eye out for that. I see a new area of interest here for rotation, potential new tornado, and Brad Arnold's right in front of it, son. Like he knows he's
Hey,
got
Ryan,
a
I
sixth
think
sense.
we have a strengthening rotation southwest of Taylor Landing. I think that's in Texas. Just to my southwest, it looks very suspect. I got a lowering as well on the stream. We're going to go check it out.
All right, so this is a live view from Brad Arnold, who's just to the south and west of Taylor Landing. Definitely something's happening just to his southwest here. I think a tornado is developing. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. This is going to go right towards Brad, by the way. So yeah, he's above my head. You can keep up with his feet above my head, but this is the radar. That's that interesting area of rotation. You can see it's at the top of that wave, and tornado is going to try to spin off the top of it here. I don't know how long it's going to last. These have just been really quick today, but definitely if you live out here to the south and west of Taylor Landing, get ready because this is probably going to do some damage as it moves through Jefferson County, Texas. But this is another one of those situations where the original rotation that prompted the tornado warning is not even like, it's not what this was issued for. This just happened to pop up inside of that polygon. That's why we got to respect him. And this is coming right towards Brad. So I say we take him full. Oh no, he's frozen. How does this always happen? Every time Brad gets close to the tornado, which is very often.
Hey, Ryan, we got a tornado on the ground right now, right in front of me.
Can you see if you can is he frozen on the CDN? No? All right. Make sure we're on directs on the scenes and make sure that let's try to refresh him. Okay, so Brad Arnold's got a tornado down right in front of him. Oh, wow, there it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. Okay, that is going to continue to go up towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing. Did y'all see that? That was a big tornado, and it's still on the ground. It's moving towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing, and then eventually it's going to make it all the way up there to Lovell Lake and Hillebrand. My goodness, Brad was, I don't know, a couple football fields away from that thing, and you saw the RFD, the rear flank downdraft, kind of really take over as soon as the tornado passed. Hopefully we got somebody out there that took a quick clip of that so we can go back and watch it again. Okay.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So now, obviously, this is a confirmed tornado moving right towards LaBelle and Taylor Landing. LaBelle and Taylor Landing. This is, if this stays on the ground and it stays as strong as what we just saw, this is going to cause big time damage up here near Lovell Lake and Hillebrand as well. This is all in Texas. This is to the west of Port Arthur. All right, so it's kind of rural, the area that it's going through right now, but Lovell Lake and Hillebrand, there's definitely some houses out here. If this stays on the ground for much longer, it could make it all the way up there back to the area between Beaumont and Nederland and Port Arthur. So unfortunately, Beaumont, you're not out of the woods just yet. This thing could curl up right towards you. I'm telling you, Brad can just smell them today.
He
Oh,
just
wow. There it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. Oh, wow. There it is. Yeah, you can see it right
My
there. This is
goodness.
live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. So yeah, I believe that that's still on the ground there, like right here, right next to Taylor Landing. And we do have a correlation coefficient drop here. So this thing is picking up debris, and that is where the tornado is now. This is where Brad is. He's still on the road. He's going to go up 73 here, probably going to go to Port Acres, and might try to get out in front of the tornado again. But it's moving fast. You guys saw that, I'm sure. But it's going to go through LaBelle, and then it's going to go over FM 365, and then up there towards Level Lake and Hillebrand. Take shelter now. That's a big one. That is a big, nasty tornado, if I've ever seen one, and it's crazy how fast it's moving too. And unless you're as close as Brad Arnold was, you're not going to see this. You're not going to see that. You're not. So there's no point in going out and trying to look for it. It's going to hit you out of nowhere, and you're going to want to be in your safe spot. This is a big one, and you definitely don't want to play around with it. Man. Yeah, you got to get in your safe spot, especially in Taylor Landing, Level Lake, and Hillebrand. Somebody in chat said, why didn't Brad stop the tornado? I tell you what, when this is over, we'll ask him. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado on the ground here near Taylor Landing. We just saw it go by Brad Arnold, who's near LaBelle. The tornado is in a pretty rural area, so there's not a lot of location call-outs that we can do other than just LaBelle, Taylor Landing, Level Lake, and Hillebrand. You guys are in the path of this very dangerous storm. We know that it's a big tornado. We saw it with our own eyes. And it's continuing to come down the road here, specifically FM 365 over the next 10, 15 minutes or so. It's still down. Like this is a lot of these storms today have been really quick, kind of like spin up tornadoes, and this one might not last a whole lot longer, but it's still on the ground here to the north and west of Taylor Landing. We also have to watch this now just to the south of Beaumont, which might be trying to produce a new area of rotation. Man, these things are like just so sneaky today. Another reason why I'm so impressed that Brad has been right there next to pretty much every tornado that's happened today so far.
A new tornado warning.
Got a new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning for Beauregard Parish, Louisiana, and then Jasper and Newton counties in Texas. That sounds different. Wait for that polygon. Once again, that's Beauregard in Louisiana, and then Jasper and Newton County in Texas. Okay, so that's for this polygon up here. Oh, I see. There you go. Another area of concern for more rotation. This is north of Beaumont now. Another tornado is trying to form here near just south of Bunker Hill. That's probably going to move towards Gist, between the towns of Gist and Bunker Hill here within the next little bit. This is a huge warning, though. This is a very big tornado warning for a small area of rotation. I think the reason they're doing that is because of how many times today have we seen a little spin-up tornado happen here, and then it kind of fizzles out, and then that rotation kind of gets passed off to another part of the storm, and then so like they're expecting for this to happen several times in this big cell, and they're just going ahead and highlighting the whole area under a tornado warning, which honestly a W. Great move, NWS. Not that you need my approval, but major W. So everybody in the polygon, get to shelter now. Sandjack, Bancroft, Salem, Bunker Hill, Besme, all these places, you're under a tornado warning. Get to shelter now. Additionally, back here towards Taylor Landing in Port Arthur, we still have a tornado, I believe, ongoing. Let me double check here. Actually, that's probably lifted by now, but I'm telling you, it's going to try to do it again. Right here, look at that. I would say we're going to get a new tornado warning that includes Nederland and probably the northern extent of Port Arthur. So please get ready to take shelter here over the next little bit. Now, Beaumont, you're in the middle of a big storm. It's probably hailing, raining like crazy. It's probably starting to flood. But there's no tornadic circulations in the town of Beaumont right now. There is a little something to watch just to your south and east. And of course, we've got the tornado warning to your north and to your south. But after this rain ends here in Beaumont, we're finally going to be done talking about you for the day. Oh, hold on. Warning to all tornadoes. If Brad Arnold looks like he's not moving, he's coming right at you. That is too good. Thank you, Hank, for that. A lot of times you'll hear, I'm sure you guys have heard, if you see a tornado and it looks like it's not moving, the tornado is coming right at you. But in this case, the tornadoes need to know that if Brad's not moving, he's coming right at you. Oh, boy. Feeds in Taylor Landing have confirmed a tornado on the ground. That's a report that comes in from Jefferson, Texas. Official National Weather Service observation radar indicates a TDS. And then we've also got officials reporting that as well. We got a new warning here. Did it not go beep? Did we get no beeps? Are we beepless right now, Riley? Can you check on my beeps?
We beeped. You just did not hear the beep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. Well, we got a new tornado warning for Nederland, Bridge City, and it does not include Port Arthur, but this is pretty much exactly where the area that we highlighted for the potential for this earlier. So now there is a tornado warning. Please take shelter. The tornado that went through or just to the south and west of Taylor Landing. I don't believe it's on the ground anymore. There's a new circulation, though, that's going to try to do it again, and that's going to try to come right up through Nederland. So please take shelter now. No beeps.
Okay, so there's chat saying they didn't hear a beep, but I heard a beep. I'm on RTMP, so I think maybe you need to reset NDI.
Okay. All right. If you're in touch with Ryan, just have him refresh it because I can't do it from my end. But it's moving, so it might have just been a temporary problem.
Okay, I might push a test warning real quick. So, test warning.
This is a test warning, just in case anybody didn't get that. Looks like our little shrimp didn't do anything. But I'm interested to see what's going to happen as these storms grow up here near Hackberry. These are definitely going to cause problems. That's not working. Okay. All right. So we'll just need to refresh our thing. Working now? Okay, well, I didn't hear it. Yeah, we just need to tell Ryan, tech guy, to hit the fix button. Or refresh it, whatever he does. It always works every single time. Smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. This is from earlier. Oh, wow, there it is. Oh, wow, there it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. This is live from Jefferson County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is Highway 73. Holy smokes, Brad, you are way too close to that. Daggone. Okay, that is going to continue to go up to. Oh, wow. This is cool too. So Brad's got scientific equipment on his vehicles. And as we all saw, Brad was incredibly close to the tornado. And where he was almost essentially inside it, he says, I just registered a huge pressure drop inside of the tornado near Taylor Landing, Texas. So that's actually a big deal that he was able to do that from his vehicle. There are institutions out there that will spend millions of dollars trying to put probes in tornadoes to try to do the exact same thing. When this whole time they could have just had Brad out there. Ashton says, Ryan, I know I don't got a y'all-o-meter yet, but I have a y'all Lego-meter. We have about 3 y'alls of snow on the ground as we speak. Air temps aren't at freezing, so it hasn't stuck. We have... All right, Ashton. Thank you very much for that. Love the effort. Love the creativity. That's awesome. All right, so we're hearing from somebody on the team here that near the Willow exit on I-10 around Taylor Landing, we've got streetlights dangling over the road and almost 3 feet of standing water. Flooding is bad in that area. Some tractor trailers have been turned over as well. Do we have our own clip? Okay, we do. I see.
A new tornado
There we
warning
go.
has been issued.
Okay, the beeps are working now. We got a new tornado warning, though, for Newton County, Texas, and Orange County, Texas. And also Calcasieu Parish. Man, I don't know. Somebody tell me how to say that. Magic fix button pressed. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Tech Guy Ryan, the magical tech guy that helps all this crazy stuff happen, for hitting the fix button. And let's take a look at that new tornado warning, which actually is up here a little bit farther to the north or in between these two. Okay, so the storm that was promoting the rotational signature near Beaumont is now ramping up a little bit, and the National Weather Service is putting out a warning for this one now. This includes Vidor, Little Cypress, Deweyville, and Forest Heights and Big Woods out here on the border between Louisiana and Texas. Okay, so that's what we're looking at there. I don't think I see any major zones for rotation. I think what they are looking at is this, or maybe even this. So it's hard to pinpoint where the tornado is or where it could be. So that's why we've got to watch all of the storm and take shelter no matter where the tornado actually is. Can we flip the cameras? So that's why we need to be taking shelter everywhere inside of these polygons. We've got a big area under a tornado warning now. If you're inside a purple polygon, you need to be taking shelter. Yeah, and if you guys have any pictures or videos or reports you want to relay to me, this is a team effort. We all try to work together, specifically through Twitter. That's one of the main ways that we try to do this. But if you have pictures and reports or anything that you want to share with me, the best way to do that is through Twitter, and my username on there is @RyanHall, y'all. I'm also retweeting a lot of stuff from like Brad Arnold, a lot of these clips, a lot of the videos of the tornadoes and stuff that we're getting. There it is. Yeah, you can see it right there. So if you want to see this stuff, go over to Twitter. County, Texas. A tornado is crossing the road right in front of Brad Arnold here. This is highway. And it also helps me. It helps me relay more information. More images from around Pasadena, Texas. This is from that earlier tornado. Look at that flipped over UPS truck. Lots of sheet metal, lots of roof damage out here. Definitely significant damage. I don't think that we've heard of any sort of injuries or fatalities yet, thank goodness. But obviously, we're keeping an eye on it. Jennifer says no snow in Tennessee, but hoping to see some at some point. Hey, same here. Thanks for sending that though, and that counts. We'll count that. Once again, you're put in the pot at the end of the stream today. We're going to pick one of these snow measurement pictures to win $1,000. We might do 2 or 3. We might, because we just haven't had very much snow this winter. It's pronounced Calcasieu for Calcasieu Parish. Thank you so much. That is, I would have never got that without your help, to be honest. It looks like well, now that you say that, I see it. But it looks like Calcasieu. But now I know. Calcasieu County or Parish in Louisiana is under a tornado warning. Please take shelter. Really, we're just kind of looking at the whole situation and waiting for these areas of rotation to pop up that we need to zoom into. But everybody in these warning polygons needs to be taking shelter right now, because every once in a while we'll get something like this that happens, and that could be a new tornado that's trying to ramp up right now. In fact, I think that's what's happening right here. So this is really close to Orange, Texas. Yeah, that's definitely happening. This is a tornado that's forming right here. It's happening in real time. Honestly, I like in situations like this, I feel like there needs to be a new warning that's issued just to kind of like wake people up. That's like, because technically this tornado, there's 2 warnings in effect for it, but both of them were issued a while back, and for completely different areas of rotation. But now there it is.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new warning for Orange County, Texas, and Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana, and that's going to be a PDS tornado warning, which means it's a particularly dangerous situation. And that's going to be for this storm right here that's approaching Orange and Little Cypress in right between Texas and Louisiana. Brand new tornado coming together now. Take shelter immediately. I'm going to wait for that new polygon. There it is. Brand new PDS polygon. The city of Orange, the whole city of Orange is included in that. But the tornado itself, I think, is going to cross I-10 somewhere between Stark and Bancroft. Okay, there's a bunch of storm chasers out here. So once again, if this thing is on the ground, which obviously it is right now, we should start hearing of damage reports, and seeing pictures and videos of this thing very soon. It's probably another big one. And this is unfortunately coming up to a pretty populated area. We've got some residential roads here near Tulane and Pavetta. These areas will unfortunately be impacted by a big tornado soon. PDS tornado on the ground near Pinehurst and Little Cypress, Texas. Take shelter now. A lot of people in the chat are asking, what is a PDS tornado? It's basically a particularly dangerous situation. So whenever the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, a lot of times it's radar indicated. So it looks like there might be a tornado trying to develop according to the radar. And then whenever we start to see the correlation coefficient drop, whenever we start to see a debris signature like this, we can say that, okay, that is that's confirmed tornado. And then whenever we see that the tornado debris signature is getting really big, or something like that, or if we start getting reports on the ground of people talking about the tornado or getting pictures and videos of it in, they'll upgrade that to a PDS warning, meaning that, okay, this is not only do we know that there's a tornado down, but it's big, it's doing significant damage, and your life is in significant danger here. 38,000 people are under that kind of warning right now. 13 schools, 2 hospitals. This includes Orange and Little Cypress. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Yeah, this is rain wrapped. There are storm chasers on this storm right now, and what we are hearing from them is that this is a rain wrapped storm. You can't see it. Unfortunately, that's not very good because it's just going to come out of nowhere for the people down here on 2-lane road, and also Interstate 10. This is going to cross Interstate 10 near Pavito and Stark. And unfortunately, it's going to do some damage there. We've seen so many, 18-wheelers overturned today. It's kind of inevitable in a situation like this. It's impossible to clear that interstate at this short of notice. But we do have, probably within a minute or so, a big tornado that's getting ready to cross the interstate here in Texas. Man, still really blown away by how fast this is happening today. It's nothing, and then boom, big tornado. All right, so now we see the debris signature here. The tornado is over the interstate now. It's unfortunately probably damaging homes here in Pavito and Bancroft. Up next, it's going to go up towards Kennard Estates and Little Cypress. And in between there, it's going to go over Bancroft Road. It's going to go over Alley Payne Road and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And it'll also parallel this Highway 13 here between Pavito and Kennard Estates. What you're looking at right here is a large, dangerous tornado on the ground, and it's picking up debris, and it's moving up towards Little Cypress. This radar image shows us stuff that's in the air that shouldn't be there. All the purple, all the red, that's raindrops, right? Normally, those are in the sky, so we don't think anything about it. But the radar notices that there are shingles, pieces of wood, tree limbs they're floating in the sky right here. So it lets us know that by dropping the correlation coefficient, and that's what's happening right now. Large tornado on the ground near Pinehurst, Texas, just to the west of town. It just crossed Interstate 10, and it's continuing to move off to the north and east. I'm just trying to see if there's any new information floating around out there. Yes. Yep. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. I cannot stress enough about the flash flooding that is starting to occur in the area. They just put a flash flood warning out for anywhere from the area west of Beaumont all the way to Lake Charles, all along the I-10 corridor. And it's being told that already up to 3 inches has already fallen, and another 3 could also fall. It's just torrential heavy rainfall in this area. And I know from the past that I-10 specifically in this area is very known for really bad flooding. So I think we're going to see this increasing over the next couple of hours.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Heidi Oberlin, with the update there. And that is very important that we bring that up. There's a lot of rain happening here. We've got flash flooding going on, and a lot of times in situations like this, the tornado event is the show stealer, right? That's what everybody pays attention to. And obviously, tornadoes are terrible and they kill people. But flash flooding actually takes the lives of more people than tornadoes.
A new
usually.
tornado warning has been issued.
So if you live in a flood-prone area today, especially down here along I-10 where these new flash flood warnings are being issued, you need to be extra weather aware. And unfortunately, the whole situation is a little bit more complicated because, usually we say get to higher ground during a tornado warning, but a lot of these people are under tornado warnings and flash flood warnings at the same time. We want to stay on the lowest level of our home if we're under a tornado warning, and then immediately get to higher ground after that passes to anticipate the flash flooding situation. So a really nasty mess is unfolding here across southwestern Louisiana, and we just got a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for, I believe, some of the same places: Calcasieu Parish and Orange County, Texas, and then Newton County, Texas, all under tornado warnings. We have 4 warnings right now. One of them is a PDS warning. The rest of them are radar indicated. So we've got this debris signature now over Little Cypress, but I think the tornado might have lifted. Did Brett see anything? Did we have anything on Brett's feed? It looks like it's frozen. Is it frozen on both? CDN? Okay. Okay, so, the rotation went right over Brett. So I don't know if he saw anything or not, but let's just assume that he did, and let's just assume that this is still on the ground and it's moving towards Little Cypress. We got to get there now. There's also a chance, though, that this is just leftover debris. But anyways, this is going to come up towards a Niblet Bluff and Morgan Bluff here within the next little bit. Just a mess of tornado warnings. All kinds of warning polygons right here. Yeah. Calcasieu. Sorry. It's wild, but storm chaser Brad Arnold is also close to this tornadic storm. He's right here. Brett Adair's up here, and the tornado just went through like this area, so it'll be interesting to see what happens from there. Still got some pretty impressive circulation, some rotation up here, but I don't believe that's down anymore. A new area of rotation is popping up down here right over the town of Orange, and I think that's one of the reasons why that other tornado warning was issued. But just a mass of polygons right now. Let's see here. 2-lane road. There was a tree that fell onto a deputy's house, and everybody in there is okay. So that was one of the roads, one of the very specific roads that we talked about earlier. And it looks like there was some damage on that. This is cool. Space Mama Crochet. Getting ready to send Ryan Hall y'all a Ryan Hall y'all doll. That's cool. Appreciate all that him and his team do, especially now that I live in Texas. Man, that's so cool. Thanks for that. That's one of the coolest things. We have a PO box. I believe it's in the description. Oh, here's some more imagery from that animal shelter in near Pasadena. No injuries. No injuries, so that's good. Yeah, this is the rotation that I'm watching now. There's so many polygons. The only once again, I think I think that the Weather Service, and it's something I know for a YouTuber to sit here and say this. I understand it's a very complex process, but I think they need to rethink the warning issuing thing. I think there needs to be a way where they can erase all of these and then just issue a new one. It would just make so much sense, because now there's no reason for orange to be under a tornado warning anymore. And Starks needs a new one. They need an update to theirs. And I don't know. But yeah, that's the only area of rotation that I'm extremely concerned about right now. That's probably going to produce another brief tornado and come up towards Starks. So take shelter now. So we're just waiting on the newest frame to come in to see what's going to happen next with this. In the meantime, Melina says that her Yala meter is on the way, but for now, she's created the noodle meter, which I think works. Definitely works. So keep us updated on that. That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for sending that in. At some point this evening, we may be switching over to a snow coverage. I don't know. The tornado situation is popping off. And actually, I feel like Andy is getting ready to tell us something about that. So go ahead, Andy.
Indeed, Ryan. That cell you were just on now has a tornado debris signature, and you can see a couplet both on tilt 1 of velocity and tilt 3 of velocity. Some pretty powerful returns showing up on tilt 3, 120 mile an hour inbound winds. In addition to that, I want to relay also these cells that are coming on shore again near Cameron, Louisiana, and Holly Beach. One of them did produce a water spout. If you go back a few frames, the one south of Cameron did have a brief water spout ongoing, and you can see that show up on the reflectivity. There was an area of yellow and green that is sort of where the hook echo would be. So that tells us how that there was something kicking up, spray in the water.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, turning our attention to all of these interesting and important aspects that we're going to cover here. We're still watching these dangerous storms move up from the Gulf of Mexico onto land. At some point, these are going to start producing big problems for us, unfortunately. I think that is going to happen. Thankfully, so far, we haven't seen anything come out of these, but this is just that's not looking good. And up here, we do have a tornado on the ground now because we can see the tornado debris signature south of Starks once again. And this is kind of the most dire situation. So we're honing in on this for now. As soon as there's a new warning associated for one of those supercells coming out of the Gulf into Louisiana, we will go look at it as well. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan, I am seeing reports of extensive damage on I-10, 4 miles northwest of Orange, Texas. Several vehicles have flipped and there's extensive damage as well as power lines. It looks like when I looked it up in that area, it's just east of exit 874A.
Okay.
Where it potentially crossed at.
Okay, thank
New
you
information.
very much.
This tornado warning
Meteorologist
has been
Heidi
upgraded.
Oberlin. We've got a confirmed tornado now in Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana. That's going to be this. I don't know what happened there, but the rotation is intense, to say the least. And now we're seeing a big tornado down. And like Andy was talking about earlier, you not only can you see the rotation of this storm at the surface level tilt on the radar, but the radar scans at different angles, and we can see that rotation very tight and very obviously, even at the third tilt, even a little bit on the fourth and fifth tilt. So this is a very strong return coming in here. This is probably about to produce, if not already, producing a very significant tornado here just to the south of Starks. So that's why we have a confirmed tornado warning for Calcasieu Parish, Louisiana. Please take shelter now if you haven't already. That's not looking good. You can see, whenever you can see on reflectivity, the shape of the supercell associated with causing all this to happen. That's just another sign that we're dealing with a stronger than usual storm here. So that's what we're dealing with. Very strong rotation up here near Big Woods, and that's going to continue to go on up towards Big Woods, Lunita, and Lucas as we go forward. A lot of shrimps out there for sure. We've got another strong tornado on the ground south of Starks, Louisiana. Super huge shout out to the Storm Prediction Center. Nailed this forecast today with the 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. Yeah, there's your tornado debris signature. We've got new debris being lofted into the air here south and east of Starks. Next up, this is going to go across the road here near Big Woods. That is going to be Starks Big Woods Road. Within the next couple of minutes, it's going to cross the road and go into Big Woods. And Big Woods is a small community. It looks like there's definitely some houses here. We can go all the way in and look at how many houses there are along these roads. Unfortunately, this tornado is probably going to come right through that community. So if you're in big woods, you've got to get to shelter. This is not one that you want to play around with. We've seen this happen so many times today. It's going to produce a very big tornado. So yeah, and this one, I don't know, like this one looks a little bit more intense than usual. Like you see how it's curling up down here. There's not a storm on this backside that's going to try to infiltrate the inflow. So this one might actually try to last a little while longer than some of these other ones have. And if we look at where is Chris Hall? Okay, I see now. Chris Hall is out here just to the east of Lake Charles, and I just want you guys to look at how intense the low-level jet is. Like, look at how fast those clouds are moving. That's crazy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm seeing what looks like a really impressive possible tornado coming onshore, producing right as it comes onshore, halfway between Cameron and Creole, Louisiana. And I think that might
A new
be
tornado warning
getting
has
ready
been issued.
to produce and be confirmed soon here.
All right, thank you,
Hey
Andy.
Ryan, hope I didn't interrupt. We just had a transformer blow somewhere near us. We've got winds gusting over 50 non-thunderstorm gust. We got a railroad track crossing right here beside us.
A new
that actually
tornado
just
warning
broke
has been
as well,
issued.
so.
All right, that was Chris Hall. Thank you very much, Chris. And so we just had a couple of new tornado warnings issued. One of them is for the storm that Andy was talking about, the tornado situation that's coming onto shore here. Once again, we've talked about how this is likely going to be a problem. It is now a problem. Look at that. This is a dangly bit and a half. Right there's your tornado. That's going to come up towards Gibbstown and Creole here within the next little bit. So now we're really having to watch these storms that are coming ashore in Louisiana. These are water spouts out here. They're going to come onto the beaches and probably persist as tornadoes as we go forward. So that's one of them that we're watching. Additionally, there's a new warning up here that takes this circulation and covers us all the way up to Perkins, Highland School Park, Pine Acres, New Edition, and Gordon in Louisiana. So currently, Beauregard and Calcasieu Parish in Louisiana, if you're anywhere in those parishes, you need to be hyper weather aware and taking shelter, as we've got some serious stuff going on here with our tornado warnings. Damage coming out of Pinehurst, Texas. Lots of trees down, lots of power lines in Pinehurst, Texas. Thanks for sending that in, Jacob Harrison. Oh, and we talked about this while the tornado was going through Deer Park. We talked about Deer Park High School. It looks like they did take a hit, lots of vehicle damage, but I don't see any significant damage to the school, which is great news. Yeah, look at that hook. We got to watch that one close. it organizes anymore, that's gonna cause a big problem there. Looks like most of our significant rotation and tornado signatures from our existing storms up here to the north are this is calming down a little bit, but as we've seen time and time again today, we will see this ramp back up at some point. Now we're kind of focusing on different areas for our newest tornado warnings that are coming in. So all of Louisiana, all of South Central, Southwestern Louisiana needs to be on high alert now as we continue to watch just a ton of tornadic supercells move into the area. This is kind of a, I'm really interested in seeing what's going to happen with this. Like, how does this interact with land? How does this storm continue? Like, what does this look like? Because if this ends up producing a tornado and lasts a while, then that's kind of a worst case scenario, because look at how many other opportunities we're going to have. All of these curved beans, all of these nadir beans down here, every single one of them has an opportunity of producing a water spout and then ultimately a tornado. So we really hope that these things kind of fall apart as they get onto land or something, but that might not happen. So we're going to keep a very close eye on it. And another thing to mention here, part of the one of the things that we're watching for is the just incredible dynamics in the atmosphere that are allowing for this kind of a tornado outbreak situation to happen. One of the things is a very intense low-level jet, and that's, the speed of the winds just above your head pretty much. And you can clearly see that through Chris's stream here. Like, those clouds are ripping 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And he's around Lake Charles, which is where these supercells are getting ready to enter. So, yeah, there's even like non-thunderstorm gusts are causing power flashes and stuff right now out here. So it's really intense, the environment that we have for tornadoes. Hey, thank you, Nick Sieber. Let's see here. JP on the road. Thank you very much for the very generous super chat. He says, hello from Canada. I wonder how common are these January tornadoes? It seems so odd to me. Well, January tornadoes are not uncommon, especially in the deep south. Tornado season down here really starts in November and goes all the way through May or June. But I think that this year we have seen more than usual. I think this so far is like the third or second highest year on average, or I'm sorry, the third or second highest year ever for tornadoes, at least since we've been keeping records. I think 1997 is the only year that has had more tornadoes, or 1999. I'm sorry, I don't know this off the top of my head. But 1997 or 1999 is the only year that has had more tornadoes than this year. And there was like 200 and something that year, and we've only had like 120 this year. Which only 120 is nuts for January. Don't get me wrong. Brofessor says, I came across your channel while I was trying to gain a better understanding of the big winter storm. Now I think I have a new interest in general weather. Well, welcome to this. I call it being a weather weenie. You are now a weather weenie. It's a world of you'll never get bored ever again, because this stuff is always changing. You'll always learn something new. It's always crazy. It's always different. So yeah, I'm glad I could help introduce you to it. Barry Bones is very focused on that hook echo. Very focused. Yeah, we started the stream today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And it is currently 6 p.m. And we're going to keep going until at least midnight. Unfortunately for you, they haven't come out with a adequate AI YouTube weatherman yet. So I have to sleep. I'm human. It's got to happen at some point. Also, just a friendly reminder that if you have damage reports, if you have any sort of weather reports at all that you're sending to me, I really appreciate that. And we do need it here. And I encourage you to do that. But if you can, if you know who your local National Weather Service office is, if you know their handle on Twitter, I would look into that. And I would also ping them. I would also tag them. Because they obviously need the information, that they need the information. I understand that most of you probably don't follow your local National Weather Service, so that it's important that you do that.
A new tornado warning
Go
has
ahead,
been issued.
Andy.
Hey Ryan, a couple of areas of interest. I think our mesocyclone is restructuring very rapidly. That was what our new tornado warning was for. I think near Butler to the northwest of Lake Charles. In addition to that, there's also another area of interest that's wrapping up and is much closer to the Lake Charles radar due west of it. You can see a very small area of rotation there that is difficult to catch if you're not close to the radar site. So that's going to impact Prion and areas south of Carlis.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That was the new warning too. So that area of interest that Andy just talked about. National Weather Service has issued a warning for Carlis, Prion, and Lake Charles. So now we're entering a new situation where we have so many cells kind of merging together here. It's going to be a mess. We're going to see so many spin-up tornadoes happen here over the next little bit. We've seen these things be really dangerous and really, kind of damaging over the past couple hours. So this could happen in Lake Charles. So now we've been talking about Lake Charles all day. You are officially under a tornado warning, and there is a dangerous storm headed right your way. So we've got to pay attention, and we've got to get to our safe spot. We got to get there now. Also, we're continuing to need to be in our safe spot up here near Butler and Gillis in Louisiana as well. It does look like the storm that came ashore that had the big old dangly bit on it. Look at that right here. That we had a tornado warning issued for this one. It does look like it kind of got sheared apart. Like it's kind of fallen apart here. So that's good news. But now we've got another big one coming in, and we'll see what happens with it as this is also rotating like crazy. But the threat isn't over for these storms either. We'll see what happens as that continues to go up to the north. We're looking at central Louisiana here near Lake Charles. This is where everything's kind of culminating together right now. We do have a tornado warning for Lake Charles, so please take shelter right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, as of the latest scan, I do see a debris ball showing back up for our northernmost tornado warning north of Butler. So that looks to be on the ground. It's going to head towards north of Gillis and south of Ragley in Louisiana along Highway 171.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill, there it is. Tornado on the ground here, south and east of Perkins. Get to shelter. Let me see if I can't give you a better view of that with some street and road data. My goodness. All right, yeah, so it's going to cross Highway 171 here near Terps. Let me see if I can get the Tell you, we really need hotkeys on Radar Omega. Okay, so there is the debris ball or the tornado debris signature here. That is where the tornado is. It looks like it's going to continue to go this way, and that's going to put it going across 171 near Gaytine and Terps.
New
And
information.
now we have a confirmed,
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Confirmed tornado warning for Calcasieu Parish and Beauregard Parish in Louisiana. Take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. Can't stress this enough. We've seen this happen so many times today. Little area of interest gives us a tornado warning, and then boom, out of nowhere, it turns into a big, nasty, damaging tornado. And that's what's happening right now out here as the tornado warning had just got upgraded to confirmed, and that's going to continue to move up towards Terps, Fulton, Edith, and Reeves. Back over here. Whoa, that's one of the deeper TDS's tornado debris signatures that we've seen today. So this is picking up new debris, and it's picking it up fast, and it's moving up towards Ragley. Daggone it. If you're just now tuning in, we got a dangerous situation unfolding here in Louisiana as we have a big tornado on the ground indicated by the blue dot on the screen. That is a tornado debris signature. And thankfully right now it's over a pretty rural area. It is going to go over Camp Edgewood Road within the next couple of seconds, but it's really not going to hit anywhere that's populated, at least for the next 1 or 2 minutes. And that's going to actually put it over Highway 171. And this does look like a residential area up here near Gaytine. I think that's what it's called. It's south of Ragley along 171. So pretty much everyone between Gillis and Ragley along 171, if you live along that road, you got to brace for impact because this thing's coming right for you. You're not going to be able to see it. And there we go. Now it's a
new
PDS.
PDS tornado warning.
So the National Weather Service has upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. That means it's a particularly dangerous situation. They only issue these whenever there is a tornado that's likely causing significant damage. So we know for 100% certainty that there is a tornado on the ground. We know that it's big, and now we know that the National Weather Service is indicating that it's a life-threatening situation. You got to get into the most interior room of your home. You got to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, and you've got to brace for impact. If you got a helmet, please put it on. Please put it on. If you've got shoes, go ahead and put those on. Get ready. You might have to evacuate your house. You might have to walk over broken glass, screws, nails, who knows what. Get ready now and then run. Don't walk to shelter. This is the graphical information on that. This includes Reeves and Dry Creek, Louisiana, and Ragley, Louisiana, until 5:45 p.m. Central. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. A damaging tornado is on the ground, and 6,000 people are in the path of it for schools. And that's what it looks like. And here is unfortunately what it looks like on radar. Big-time debris signature here, moving up towards Gaytine, Terps, and Fulton and Ragley in Louisiana as we speak. Whoa. Yeah, that's a big debris ball. This you can see it on reflectivity too. This thing has picked up a ton of debris and it's lofted it up into the sky here. And that's what it looks like. Once again, look how fast that happened. Nothing, boom. This is almost certainly still down, still lifting new debris into the air as it's getting ready to cross Highway 171. Yeah, that's a deep debris ball. We don't have any storm chasers on this storm right now. We do have Brad I'm sorry, Chris Hall and Brian Allen down here. I don't know if they would be able to make it in time, so they're probably going to stick around where they are. And then Brad Arnold somehow is in the picture. I mean, he was just in that tornado in Texas not too long ago, but now here he is in Louisiana, getting ready to come into Lake Charles. So he's behind a little bit, but still, if this ends up being a problem all the way up to Reeves and Mitty, they might be able to make it to it. All right, so the tornado is crossing Highway 171 now. It's going through the community of Gaytine. Once again, really unfortunate here. There's so many places that this could have hit where there's nothing, but it's picked the one little spot here where there are some towns or some houses. As a residential area here, we got Carter Road, we got Barbara Hill Drive. Let's see here, we got Sport Drive, John's Circle, Bills Road. So, yeah, unfortunately, if this is still on the ground, and I believe it is, those towns are going to take a direct hit, or those streets really are going to take a semi-direct or direct hit from this tornado. Brad is hauling. Yeah. We got a PDS tornado warning for Reeves, Dry Creek, and Ragley, Louisiana until 5:45 p.m. Central. We got about 150 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear on that last velocity couplet that we saw out of this. It's a strong one. This is a strong tornado. Honestly, this might be as strong or stronger than the one that prompted the tornado emergency earlier. Just from looking at it on radar. Especially right there. I don't know if it's still that strong or not. But I do think that this is still putting new debris into the air. So it's still down. And you can see that this one's a little bit more intense because now we're starting to see a debris field, right? So some of the more intense tornadoes that we've covered, Mayfield, Selma just the other day, what you'll see happen is that there's a debris ball, there's a tornado debris signature, and then you'll start to see some of that debris take the shape of the supercell out ahead of it as the debris gets sucked up all the way up into the cloud. And that might be what's happening here, as this looks like it was a stronger tornado for sure. Zach, thanks for the 5 gifted. Yeah, honestly, just waiting to see the latest scans here. Ooh, what's this report? Okay. Yeah, I think this is definitely still down. It's still putting new debris into the air. So we need to take a look at that. Currently, it's still in that community of Gayton. And I think next in line, the tornado's somewhere in this general vicinity right here. So next in line, we've got Fulton and Edith in Louisiana. And then if it stays on the ground, it could affect Bell and Reeves and all the way up there to Dry Creek. So take shelter now if you guys are, if you're in the path of this storm. Everybody in the polygon needs to take immediate shelter. This is a PDS warning. It's not a everyday thing. Yeah, this is a significant ongoing tornado in Louisiana. And that's why the National Weather Service has decided to make this a PDS tornado warning. It's a life-threatening situation. And if it's still down, which we think it is, it's likely going to. I mean, thankfully, it's in a pretty rural area, but these are cul-de-sacs. You see these right here. These are cul-de-sacs. So we've got houses out here. So next in line is going to be like Dave Cole Road. Also, we're concerned about places up here near Bell, for example. Also, Ford Road, Highway 190, all the way over to Reeves. Take shelter, y'all. Hopefully, we've got these people listening. I mean, we're talking about, it's crazy how up close and personal we're getting here. We're talking about a collection of like 20 or 30 people that live in the direct path of this thing within the next 30 minutes, or I'm sorry, the next 3 to 5 minutes. And we can literally like see their houses. I don't know if they know that it's coming. I don't know. I just really hope that the warning's getting out there. This tornado is getting ready to come over that area right now. This is one of the unique situations where I think a more fine-tuned warning situation or a system would be really cool. It would be cool if somebody at the National Weather Service had the ability to, like, obviously the National Weather Service is awesome. They killed it. They issued this big warning. Everybody inside of that polygon should be taking shelter. Everybody. But like, the National Weather Service needs to be able to like click on this house and it like calls their phone. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be, or like gives them a push notification on their phone or something like that. That would be super awesome. Because it's very rare that whenever a big polygon like this is issued, a big tornado warning is issued, it's very rare that everybody in it gets a tornado. Right? Tornadoes are small. So like, just imagine how much more it would mean if you got a direct push notification because your house was in the path of the tornado. Like that would definitely help people more, I think, than the big polygon. And we have the technology to do it now. And obviously, you got a push notification from your EAS system on your phone, but not because of there's a tornado coming right towards you. You got it because this big polygon, which I think everybody should take seriously, and you should pretend like that is what I was just talking about. But that's not what happens. Half the people up here in Dry Creek are disregarding this warning right now. I know that for a fact, because like, how many times have you been under a tornado warning and then you don't get a tornado? Like, it happens every day, it seems like. So that's why I think that it would be cool if there was an additional level of warning that could be as specific as that. The way we do it now it works. It's efficient. I think that would just be even better. There's never, ever a reason to like sit back and look at this stuff and be like, what we're doing is good enough. Okay. New tornado watch for portions of Louisiana. This includes New Orleans, Slidell, Franklin, Houma, Baton Rouge, 3.2 million people out here in Louisiana. And this goes all the way to 1 a.m. 3.2 million people. So there you go. I'm retweeting this now. If you want to help me get the word out, go retweet that. DEFCON, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Zach, thank you as well. So I think the big tornado has lifted, but we're staying in our safe spot in Reeves and Dry Creek until that warning's allowed to expire. Yeah, this is insane.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Technically, you'd want to push to all devices connected to particular towers. That might work too, but I still don't think that would be fine-tuned enough. We have the ability to tell within a margin of error of like 10 miles or maybe even 5 miles. In certain situations, we have the ability just through radar alone to tell where a tornado is. Sometimes. Now, sometimes it's not as easy as that. Sometimes we need the polygon just to be extra hyper aware of like all the different places where the tornado could be or where it could go. But there are some situations where like I could tell you what house or what street is getting ready to get hit by this tornado, and that street should like there. It would be cool if there was a way for that street to get an even more specific level of warning. I don't know. There's really no point in discussing it. I'm spitballing. I'm always trying to think of things like that. Because I don't think you guys understand how much, like, everybody that's watching this right now is probably like a weather aware person. I don't think you guys understand how many people aren't. And how many people disregard tornado warnings. And it's a lot more than you think. So this was our most recent tornado, right there across Highway 171 south of Ragley, just minutes ago. And I think that's around when it started dissipating and weakening, and now it's gone. It could come back, though, so that's why we're staying in our safe spots in Dry Creek. But yeah, we're down to only 2 tornado warnings now. One of them is, and it includes Lake Charles still, but we need to stay in our safe spots, but I don't see anything terribly concerning there. The other one is our PDS warning. That's, I think, getting downgraded to radar indicated now. It ramps up really fast, and then it goes down just as fast. What is this? We have our Yalometer. Let's see how much snow we end up with in Townville, Pennsylvania. Black Diamond Farms.
Well, we now have a Yalometer from Ryan Hall, y'all. Big thanks to my Aunt Darlene for getting us one. So, Ryan, we're ready to see what this snowstorm is going to bring us here in northwestern Pennsylvania. Whether we get some rain or we're going to get some snow, we're going to get some ice. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, won't we?
That's right. Hey,
Well,
thank you
we
for
now
sending
have
that. You got it set up very nicely there. Black Diamond Farms on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Love the plug. This is shameless. This is awesome. This is great. Thank you. I'm retweeting it. Debbie and Jessica, thanks for becoming members. Ryan, thanks for being a member for 8 months. My Mimi was watching the stream from North Pasadena, Texas. Your stream allowed her to stay up to date on the tornado while her satellite was down. Thanks. No problem, Ryan. Thank you for being a member. I meant that in a good way, by the way. That was a very good plug. All right, let's flip the camera. So we currently have one tornado warning. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there is currently a tornado on the ground, but we still need to be in our safe spots regardless in Dry Creek. Ryan, do I get bonus points for my snowman being on your stream? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. So these guys are at the University of Oklahoma. And that's them right there. You guys should have like drew something in the snow like really big. That would have been funny. But yeah, nice snowmen. They're a little dirty, I've got to be honest. I know it's not your fault. You need more snow, but hopefully you get it. Yeah, guys, please remember to hit the like button. That'll tell YouTube to promote us out in front of more people who maybe are unaware of the dangerous situation that's unfolding out there. And what is this? The holometer. Ready for snow in Bartlesville, Oklahoma with the holometer. I love it. This reminds me of a prototype for a really special piece of technology that we are developing here at Y'all Enterprises. Do you know where that is? The halometer? Will you reach that to me? I think it's over here somewhere. I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek at what the scientists and meteorologists are developing here for our next breakthrough product. Now, obviously, a rain gauge is at the top of the list for what we need to do, but this is also just revolutionary here. The hailometer. It's a radial measurement device. So you put the hail in the middle, and it'll tell you, how many inches in diameter it is. And there's also cool little things like, the size.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In like a DVD size, hot dog size. It'll be interesting, but we're still developing it. And we got a new tornado warning. So let's go look in on that and see what has the Weather Service seen now. This includes Lake Arthur, Morse and Crowley and Estherwood. So that's your newest tornado warning there. It includes I-10 again. I-10 is it's the tornado alley for today. And I believe it's for that. Yeah, it's for that circulation right there. Look at that. Right near Lowry, we've got an area of rotation that could be producing a tornado here as it approaches Lake Arthur. This is in Louisiana. Very evident supercell structure here. So that's where the tornado could potentially be. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this as it continues to move up towards Lake Arthur, which is a pretty decently populated area. Yeah, you can see the hook inside of it's like an embedded supercell. And I really appreciate everybody sending in their snow measurements and their snowmen. I hope we're compiling them so that whenever things calm down on the severe weather side, we can do our giveaway and our snowman rating. Okay, we are. Good. Can always count on the y'all team. Always. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning for Arcadia, Cameron, Jefferson, and Vermilion parishes in Louisiana. But severe weather is not the only thing that we're dealing with today. We also have millions of people under winter storm warnings here from Texas and Oklahoma into Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio. So we're also watching the snow start to break out up here, and we are just living vicariously through you. Y'all HQ's way down here in Eastern Kentucky where it's just raining. So if you want to send your snow reports and all that stuff in, please do so to pics@ryanhallyall.com if you want to do email. But the best way to do it, and the easiest way for me to share it on air, is through Twitter. @RyanHallYall. Devin says it's snowing out here in OKC, just like he said it would, repping the Ryan Hall Y'all car decal. Very cool. He's even got a Y'all Squad sticker. That's awesome. Thanks for that. Thanks for sending that in. And it should continue to snow for a little while. Nicole Skipper says, Mitch West gave you a huge shout out this morning. He was telling all of his viewers to go to your page for a live stream of tonight's weather. That's awesome. I love Mitch West. He does similar style like weather videos as I do. I think he focuses more on the southeastern U.S. Like he lives in South Carolina. So Mitch is awesome. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a couple tornado warnings out there. Actually, I take that back. We now have one tornado warning. It does include Lake Arthur, and there is a little weak area of rotation here. So we need to be in our safe spots all the way up into Etherwood, Mermentau, Egan, and Morse. But, yeah, there's not... I don't see any sign that there's a tornado down at this very moment. We have a chaser that's live in Illinois right now. I think we're going to have a couple. I think it's too soon to put them up. The snow is still, honestly, the snow is not breaking out as much as we thought it would. It's definitely heavier in the Fayetteville area right now. But the backside moisture is just not there. I thought the models thought that this was going to be much heavier snow back here, I think. It's still got some pretty good totals in and around OKC, 3-4 inches or so. I think we're going to end up with a lot of snow around Fort Smith as well. I'm already seeing 5 inches, 1.5, 3. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds here. But all of this moisture is going to turn into snow. And I really think that probably the winners here are going to be somewhere between St. Louis and Indianapolis, like somewhere right in there. That's where the sweet spot for snow is going to be with this storm. And if you want to, if you want to take a quick look at the future, let's do that. Let's look at the future radar or radar. What's she going to look like as we go forward? I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to zoom out so everybody can see their location, and I'm going to let her loop. So the blue is snow. Obviously, the green, the yellows is rain. Heavy snow where the blue turns into gray a little bit. So you can see that there's a big warm bubble that's going to infiltrate into Kentucky and Ohio that's going to cause a lot of snow to melt. But back there between St. Louis, central Indiana, and Illinois, it's going to be all snow for the most part for you. And it's going to be heavy at times. So that'll be probably where the biggest snow totals end up happening. Oh, let me put the time up there for you. So sorry. So yeah, so the time in Eastern is up there at the top as well. Does a tornado warning mean a tornado will happen? No. A tornado warning generally means that a very smart person at the National Weather Service has saw something on the radar that means that seems like there could be a tornado. A lot of times it's precautionary. And a lot of times that's important that they do that, because if they didn't, those last minute, like, oops, kind of situations where the tornado happens out of nowhere wouldn't be warned in time. So every tornado warning should be taken seriously. But one of the reasons why we really go hard on trying to talk about the differences between a radar indicated, a radar confirmed, a PDS, and a tornado emergency, we really try to differentiate between those, is because there's way more of there's less of a failure rate whenever there's a confirmed tornado warning, for example, than a radar indicated one. But every single warning issued from the National Weather Service needs to be taken equally seriously. Hey, y'all, a small TV in your shelter on a UPS backup with a cheap roof attic antenna is a great way to keep up with the weather if all local utilities, including cellular, are out, plus free local TV. That is true, yes. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of cable TV, a lot of news stations you can pick up for free if you just have an antenna. Like, you don't even have to pay for cable. I don't know how that works. So I don't have any more information for you other than that, but it is possible. Okay, so we're going to go back to the now radar. Hopefully everybody got a good idea of the future from that. And as soon as we have no tornado warnings, we'll go through another detailed, like, zoom in forecast. I might even take some locations from the audience and do a forecast that way. Mike James says, I've got my GoPro ready for a time lapse in St. Francis County, Missouri. That's going to be good. That's going to be real good. Look, he's got it covered in a box. He's got a flat surface out here. That's going to be a good time lapse. I'm excited to see it. Oh, I think they already canceled school for tomorrow in St. Louis. The superintendent is watching right now. They just heard me talk about the how that's going to be the bullseye for snow, I think. So you're welcome to any youngins out there watching in St. Louis. People are going to in chat are going to be like, "Can you say that, like, this city's going to get a lot of snow?" Oh, wow. It's starting to look like a daggone snowstorm out there in Arkansas. This is from Andy in Marshall, Arkansas. That's beautiful. Heavy, wet snow, though. You see how it's kind of accumulating on the trees and the power lines and stuff. Too much of that, and you will get power outages. Schools in Dayton, Ohio are also closed tomorrow. Barbara, thank you so much for becoming a moderate risker. A 10-to-1 ratio for the snow, probably close to that. It's definitely going to get colder tonight. When the snow first starts, absolutely not. But that's around the average of what we'll see for sure. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Arcadia Parish and Jefferson Davis Parish in Louisiana. And that's this polygon right here. We want you in your safe spots in Estherwood and Crowley and Mermentau and along I-10 between Jennings and Crowley. But thankfully, this is not producing a big tornado right now. It might in the near future. That's why we want you in your safe spots. But that's the only warning that we have at this very moment. It looks like things might start ramping back up as this moves into the more eastern areas of Louisiana. But right now we're having a tiny little period of a lull in activity. So send me your snow reports. Renee says, I'm in Eastern Pennsylvania and my 6-year-old daughter has a message for you using her unused Yalla meter. Please send snow. It's been 3 years since we've had a good snow, and her snow pants still have tags on them. We love you, but we need snow. I'm sorry. I wish I could make it snow. I know there's a lot of snow-hungry people out there. There's a lot of people who hate snow, too. It's very mixed. When I first started my channel, it was a small group of weather weenies that tuned in. I think we all loved snow. And now that it's, I feel like there's just like general people who don't necessarily care about the weather usually, unless like it's affecting them. Now that more of those kinds of people are tuning in, like everybody's like, what are you guys talking about? Like, you want it to snow? So if you like snow, you're probably in the minority. Yeah, I feel bad for Little Rock. Little Rock, Arkansas, is just getting all rain right now, and like literally just a couple miles to the north and west, it's snowing heavily, and unfortunately, it looks like that rain snow line's not going to budge. So you're very close to getting some snow, but not quite. Numerous discrete cells are moving into south central Louisiana right now. None of them are rotating enough to cause a really significant concern, but we think that's going to change soon. Dang, son. Ivan. Now that's a lot of screens. I've got a lot of screens. Producer Carly has a lot of screens. But I think you're taking it to the next level. You got like, what is that, 2 55-inch TVs there? and then 4 monitors up top, 2 verticals on your peripherals. I love it though. I think I see a is that a scanner or amateur radio, 2-meter radio there? Got a weather station. Of course, you've got a yolometer. I mean, this is one heck of a weather command center, son. I love it. Thanks for sending that in. Marcia, thanks for becoming a member. Violet, thanks for becoming a high risk member. That's super awesome of you. Gerard Nelson, thank you. Techno says, here in St. Louis, we've been very lucky this whole winter as this storm has gotten more severe and shifted a little bit more north. Is 5 to 8 accurate? Yeah, I think 5 inches is very realistic. 8 inches wouldn't surprise me. It's just, I wouldn't expect that. Here's some more pictures coming in from Greenwood, Arkansas. Big, giant snowflakes there. So back to our severe weather real quick. We've got a new band of storms. All of our kind of discrete mode supercells have congealed together in another band of kind of embedded supercells. Now we've got one tornado warning. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with it, but as these storms get closer to Lafayette, Louisiana, I'm seeing some concerning signs. One of those is down here. I see an area of rotation that we need to watch that could promote a new warning, a new tornado there. Also, something's happening here between Guyoden and Morse. And then, of course, we're starting to see a new Boeing segment come out here that's going to cause a lot of strong damaging winds. And then, as you guys remember, on the southern side and on the northern side, we've got to watch out for tornadoes to kind of spin off of that wind as that propagates off to the east. So Lafayette, I would definitely be paying attention because this is things have slowed down a little bit, it seems. But I do think they're going to ramp right back up as this confluence band moves right towards you. Yeah, that right there will probably get a warning. What did I say? Oh, gay. Wait, gay dawn. Is that how you say that? I said Gaiadan. Sorry. Once again, it's a part of the show here. Somebody's got to find the meme because I always crack up at it. You guys, the people who watch all the time, already know what I'm talking about. Please help me find it. It's probably on Reddit. It's the one with Joey from Friends, and it's like when Ryan says your town name wrong. When Ryan says your town name wrong, you know what I'm talking about. Please find it and send it to me on Twitter. Okay, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire for now. We'll see if they issue a new one here. In the meantime, just look at this storm, man. Very intense. Center of low pressure somewhere back and through here. Cold air on the northern side, bringing heavy snow into places like Oklahoma City and Fort Smith, Arkansas. It's starting to break out into Springfield, Missouri as well. Also, look at this. It's going to snow at some point in Dallas. Some backside snow is going to work in there. And then just a hop, skip, and a jump away down here in south central Louisiana, we've got a severe weather situation underway. We've had several tornadoes hit in and around Houston, all the way up through Orange in Texas. More tornadoes are going to happen today between Lafayette and New Orleans and probably into the early morning hours tomorrow in southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama and into the panhandle of Florida. This heavy rain up here is going to turn into snow and then back into heavy rain for a lot of us in Kentucky and Tennessee. But it's going to be all snow for y'all up there in St. Louis, up into Indianapolis, into portions of Ohio. Unfortunately, the farther east you go into Ohio, the more likely it is that you're going to get cut off by that warm bubble. But lots of snow possible in this zone right here. And you can see that on our future radar. Let me do this point by point here. Currently 7 p.m. This is pretty much what the radar looks like. That enhanced risk of severe weather continues all the way out and includes the panhandle of Florida and the southern tips of Mississippi and Alabama. Heavy snow is going to be happening still in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Arkansas, around 10 p.m. This model is showing that maybe the snow is going to tease Little Rock, but I wouldn't count on it. But definitely up there, Mountain Home and Cherokee Village, you guys are going to be getting in on some heavy snow around 10 p.m. tonight. It's probably going to start off as some light rain up here in St. Louis, but that's going to switch over to all snow by midnight to 1 a.m. And that's when we're going to start seeing snow in Evansville. It's going to start raining in Cincinnati and Indianapolis. It will have been snowing heavily in Tulsa and back here in Arkansas and Springfield, Missouri for a while. This is when snowmen are going to be being built like crazy, especially if you're up at 1 a.m. to build a snowman. But hey, no school tomorrow. Why not? Anyways, this is going to break out and kind of really start dumping heavy snow on Indianapolis and places like Cincinnati around 3 a.m. But unfortunately, Cincinnati, you're going back to rain more than likely around 5 or 6 a.m., whereas Springfield, St. Louis, Chicago, you guys are staying all snow. Columbus, you're still snow at this point, but the rain is going to make it to you by 9 a.m. It's raining only now in Cincinnati. That rain snow line is going to try its best to make it up to Indianapolis. It looks like that's definitely a possibility. But if you stay all snow in Indianapolis, it's going to be heavy. It's going to be a very heavy snow for y'all. And just definitely like Fort Wayne's going to see a good amount of snow out of this. Springfield, Urbana in Illinois is. I think Detroit's going to see a good snowstorm out of this as well. Cleveland, sorry, not for you. It's going to start off as a good snow for a lot of the Northeast. Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all of the Northeast is going to start off as a pretty good snow. But the rain's going to take over as the warm bubble comes in. Not before a pretty significant snow gets laid down in Maine, though, before that warm bubble moves through. So And then, of course, we do have the backside snow. So some additional snow showers that might add an inch or two to your accumulations in Ohio and Kentucky and West Virginia as the moisture comes flying off the lakes up against the Appalachian Mountains here. So that's a full progression of what our storm's going to look like tonight. And, of course, we do have a very slight chance of severe weather on the East Coast tomorrow, like in Georgia, I believe. We'll take a look at that here in a second. But it's definitely not as intense of a threat as what we have today. Big snowflakes now in what is that? Winewood, Oklahoma. This is LSM storm chaser Jason Cooley giving us a live view of the Phillips 66 down there. So big time snow is starting to occur in a lot of the Oklahoma and Arkansas area. And a lot of it is going to be this big snowflake like kind of thing. And snow totals, right? We want to talk about how much snow are we going to get. Let me do that for you real quick. Now, this is on top of what you already have. Okay? So it looks like an additional 11 inches is possible up here near Harrison and Green Forest in Arkansas. Tulsa looks like another 2 inches, but down here in southwestern or southeastern Oklahoma, maybe near Wilburton, we're talking about an additional 5 inches. Fayetteville, 6 inches. Springfield, Missouri, 8 inches. Ooh, these totals are actually up a lot through a lot of southeastern Missouri. Fredericktown, 8 inches. Right here on the border between Illinois and Missouri near St. Genevieve and Bloomsdale, we're talking about 10 inches of snow. And look at this official National Weather Service forecast just to the north and west of Indianapolis, 11 inches of snow. Downtown Indianapolis, 7 inches. Fort Wayne, how about you, Fort Wayne? 9.5 inches. Bluffton, Indiana, 11 inches. Van Wert, Ohio, 10 inches. Toledo, Ohio, 8 inches. Detroit, how about 6 or 7 inches? Columbus, Ohio, 5 inches. Cincinnati, maybe 3 inches. But remember, Cincinnati, a lot of that's going to melt. Okay, a lot of that's going to get hit by the rain. Unfortunately, this section right here, if you get 7 inches of snow down here near Westerville, Ohio, a lot of that's going to probably get melted when the rain moves in. 7 inches possible through a lot of Pennsylvania. Some lake effect snow over here off of Lake Erie is going to put us over 12 to 13 inches for some people in western New York. And then, of course, in the higher elevations, especially over here in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, some places will see an additional 20 inches, 13 inches, 13 inches over here near Lincoln, Maine, and way up here near Caribou, an additional 15 inches. So lots of snow on the way, especially right in through here. So bada bing, bada boom, that's it. We currently have no tornado warnings, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Estherwood, Crowley, Rain, and Dewson, all along I-10 there in Louisiana. Strong winds, some hail is possible. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is in that, and I believe Chris Hall is as well. As you can see here through his feed, he is in a very strong storm there. Yes, and he's near Crowley right now. So that's the severe thunderstorm that is producing what you see there. That's coming for you in Lafayette. The conditions that you see here through Chris Hall's feed is what you're about to see in Lafayette, Louisiana. And I'm still concerned about the potential tornado possibilities as this storm gets closer to Lafayette as well. So we've got to watch that very closely. How crazy is this, y'all? We are watching live severe weather and heavy snow at the same time. Remember, if you're seeing snow right now, please send me your snowmen and your snow measurements, especially if you've got a Yalameter, because we're going to be giving away at the end of the stream today. I'm going to be cash apping some of you $1,000 each just for sending in your snow reports. Our moderators are monitoring my inbox, pics@ryanhallyall.com, and they are monitoring Twitter and pretty much all the social media stuff. But Twitter's the best, all right? At Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. Send in your measurements. And if you want to play along in the future whenever it snows for you, shop ryanhall.com. We got the Yalameter 2.0 on there. Just another way to help support the channel and help us do what we do and all that stuff. Really appreciate it. And also, it's the best way to measure snow. I mean, come on, you're using a ruler, really? Tape measure? Embarrassing. No, I'm just joking. Oh, here it is. This is the meme. When Ryan pronounces a town wrong when you realize it's your town. I love this. This is funny. I do pronounce town names wrong. I'm getting better, though. I'm getting way better. The more often that we are in these areas and doing severe weather coverage, I feel like I'm almost from this area now. But of course, I've got a long way to go. Got a lot to learn. If I do this until I'm like 60 years old, I'm going to be the most geographically inclined person on earth. I'm going to know. It's like I'm going to be a local from every single region in the United States. Let's see here. Desiree Gonzalez has a little something to cover dinner. You know what? Are you hungry? You are. Right. It's 7. We'll be here for at least another 4 hours. I don't know. I don't know. I definitely want to eat at some point. Okay. All right, we'll probably do another poll at some point. So you guys get ready. You're going to help us determine what we're going to eat today. We're going to get it DoorDashed. And remember, I'm in Kentucky, in the middle of nowhere. We don't have a lot of options, but it'll be fun. We'll narrow it down to 4, and we'll let you guys pick for us. This winter has been pretty lackluster for a lot of us. As far as snow goes. Hey, Paul, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Clarence says, can you say hey to my daughter, Maddie, 6-year-old from Columbus, Georgia? Yeah, hey, Maddie. You got the 6-year-old watching the weather at 7:13 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday night? That Maddie is probably going to be a meteorologist, just letting you know. Just a heads up. Let's see here. As someone who enjoyed watching lightning from severe thunderstorms as a kid and enjoyed volatile winter weather in college, please tell me Northern Virginia will have something interesting happen to it at some point. Yeah, at some point, Northern Virginia will get some weather. And that is your official forecast. Hey, there you go. No, but seriously, nothing really interesting in the near future. But I'm sure that we will be doing one of these streams at some point completely focused on Northern Virginia. I just don't know when that's going to happen. And you might not be careful what you wish for, just to be honest. You might not like it. I am with you. I like weather. I like it whenever the weather's crazy, but doing this for as long as I've done it, I've realized that, sometimes it's just way too much. And whatever like town that I'm talking about or whatever state that I'm focused on that day, you're probably should just be glad you're not in that state. I don't know how many times like people are like, oh, you never talk about Missouri. Ugh. You never talk about like Doodle County, North Carolina. And it's like, I only talk about the worst and the extremes. That's the way the channel's set up. I don't have time to tell you it's going to be sunny and 75. That's what your phone app's for. So I fill in the gaps whenever there's more information that's needed, right? So if I'm not talking about, Hoosier, Watsy County, Georgia very often, it just means that nothing, terrible is happening down there, which is good, right? Unfortunately, at some point, if I do this for a long time, I will talk about your county. But that's why you need to subscribe so that you'll get the notification when that does happen. Hey, Joe Russell, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. We've got a lot of gifts today. Mike Dean did it too. So I think we've gotten like 50 new members today through gifts. So a lot of just randomly selected new members now. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the team. You get access to members-only live streams and very cool emotes in the chat. And speaking of members-only live streams, we've decided that we're going to do the State of the Y'all once a month now, where we give you some behind the scenes of like, I don't know, what's going on here at the Weather House and all that stuff. It's going to be really fun. Still no tornado warnings. We got this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm watching this area closely near Crowley. It's rotating. I don't know if it's rotating enough to worry about. It's definitely going to bring some strong winds into the area. Also watching this. There's definitely a lot of kinks in the line down through here that we've got to watch that might cause some problems in the near future, but no immediate concerns as of yet. So that's good. That is very good news. Here's one from Northeast Ohio. Ryan, my son Ryan loves watching you. You have inspired him. You not only provide a life-saving service, but you inspire our youth. You rock. That's awesome, Ryan. That's so cool. If Ryan's watching right now, huge shout out to you. And I hope you get even more snow tonight. Okay, so here's a little bit more, I guess, significant looking damage here from Pasadena once again. The entire neighborhood hit by a tornado today. The damage is extensive. What's it looking like for Tennessee? It's looking like rain, buddy. I'm sorry. Not much going to happen out there in Tennessee. Pasadena is getting closer. Look at the damage. The roof blew off this home, and neighbors are walking around seeing how they can help picking up the pieces over here. So I've seen a lot of roof damage, definitely extensive damage, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. This does not look nearly as bad as what I thought it was going to be, just from those radar images. And you know, everybody that was associated with the warning process would probably agree with me. That's why we had that tornado emergency. Still believe that was the right call, because obviously that was a strong storm and that was a big tornado. But hopefully we don't see anything worse than that. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I just spoke to Brian Allen and he's saying pull up his feed because he has some really, really strong winds. I know he's got an anemometer on top of his car, so in a little bit I'll have a precise reading on how fast those winds are, but you can see on his stream the winds are whipping.
All right, thank you, Riley. We're looking at storm chaser Brian Allen here in our Acadia Parish, Louisiana, and yeah, this is that severe thunderstorm that's going through Crowley right now. Let's actually get an update from Brian. Brian, we've got you pulled up on YouTube. We're live. Just let us know what you're experiencing out there. Have you got any wind readings? Like, what's up, man? Give us an update. Sometimes I just start talking, I don't know where to end the sentence. Okay, we got a new tornado warning. We didn't get any beeps. No beeps. Riley, if you can fix or if you can, or Riley or Ryan, if either of you can fix our beeps, that would be very greatly appreciated, because we do have a tornado warning and we need to draw attention to this area of circulation right here. This includes Gaydon, Andrew, and almost up to Lafayette. So like I said, I don't know, what was it, 20 minutes ago, these areas of rotation looked concerning as they were approaching the western side of Lafayette, and we had a pretty good idea that this would happen. And now we've got new tornado warnings going out, and this one's going to include the western side of Lafayette, Louisiana. So we're watching this closely. Very good sign of rotation here, and that's going to go all the way up through Andrew and then eventually towards Lafayette. So please take shelter now if you're in Acadia or Vermilion or Lafayette Parish. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Brian.
I got pretty good gusts a while ago. We got 65. It's getting pretty rough over here. There's stuff flying around everywhere.
Okay, so that's Brian Allen. He's north of Crowley, Louisiana. And yeah, just really, really intense winds there as we continue to watch that unfold. Carly, if we can get Brian in a box up here, screen, that'd be great. Can you look at Fort Worth, Texas? We can here in a second. We've got a tornado warning down here. I'll tell you what, I'll just look real fast. It's raining, and it might snow here within the next couple of hours, a little bit. That's unfortunately all the information I have for you from Fort Worth. Not a whole lot going on. A whole lot going on, though, out here in Louisiana, where we've got a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning. We got 65-mile-an-hour winds from our storm chaser there in Crowley. His location's wrong. Are you seeing that? Yeah, I don't know if we need to override the automatic one and put it in, because he's definitely not in Orange County, Texas anymore. But anyways, he's near Crowley in Louisiana, and he saw a gust of 65 miles per hour. Okay, sound is working again. That's good. John, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Central Ohio, I'll look at that here in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to zoom out of this tornado warning as soon as it's no longer the most important thing. John says, Ryan, at some point you will say my county and city name wrong. It's Lenawa County, Tecumseh, Michigan. Here's your prepayment. All right, thank you. I'll remember that. You just wait. If you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Acadia Parish and Vermilion Parish, Louisiana. And my camera died, so we're going to get that back up. Keith M says, I live in Crowley, Louisiana, and it's raining horizontally here. All right, we can take Brian's down now. Oh, it's right? Right. Yeah. Oh man, I do. I just don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to tell you how to fix it. I'll fix it here in a second. Oh, go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just spoke with Brian. So in that recent thunderstorm gust, he measured 69.7 miles per hour. And then he was going back into the data and a past tornado warning. He's going to go back to the GoPro to see if he actually intercepted, but he registered 79.8 miles an hour in a tornado warning polygon under the circulation. So it's possible he intercepted the tornado warning. I want to reiterate that is not the current tornado warning, but it was a past one. And then the overlay is working, but it's frozen for his name.
Okay. So, Riley, for his name on that side, we're using the RTMP. So I don't know if that's got anything to do with anything, but I was thinking about going over there.
Refresh RTMP, but it's right because I'm looking at RTMP and it's also Acadia Parish. That's where he is now.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Riley. We are going to continue to work on that, and we're going to continue to relay information on this tornado warning that is in effect for Rain and Andrew and Doosan in Louisiana here. That's your circulation. No sign of a tornado actually on the ground, but it could happen at any moment. That's why we want you in your safe spot out here in Acadia, Lafayette, and Vermilion Parish in Louisiana. All right, let's flip the cameras again. Ryan, I was wondering what the snow would be like for central Indiana tomorrow because they have been jumping all over the place. Depends on where you are in central Indiana. The National Weather Service believes that around Indianapolis could see 8 inches of snow. I think the farther north you are, the area between Indianapolis and Chicago is where the sweet spot will end up being. Somewhere in there. I think that you got to go north and west of Indianapolis to get the heaviest snow. TW. This is what an old Hoosier weather granddaddy looks like trying to take his first selfie and attempting to post it on the tweeters. I probably should have put those reading glasses on. At least I already have my milk sandwiches. Bring on the snow. Awesome. TW, that's awesome. He's got a Yolometer, the milk sandwich shirt. He's been around long enough to know what the milk sandwich reference even is, and he's got a weather daddy hat. That's very cool. Thank you for sending that in. T. I'm just going to call you T. This is what's happening right now in West Plains, Missouri. Thanks for sending this in. Eddie Girl. Looks like some snow is definitely flying there. Started off as rain, and you're going to see the snow increase in intensity and kind of ferocity as the night goes on. It's going to start snowing pretty heavily through a lot of these places. We're talking about 2-inch per hour rates, maybe even 3-inch per hour. It's going to be a good old-fashioned snowstorm for you, bub. Christopher C. said, I placed a bet that we would get 8 inches or more here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Tell me about the win this bet. Hope everyone down south is safe. I think that you have a good shot of winning that bet. It's not a slam dunk. It's not a slam dunk, but you've got a very good shot. All right, let's look at this. So it is snowing in Fort Worth. I think Dallas, you're going to start to see snow here soon. If it's not already snowing in Dallas, this backside snow in Texas is really doing its thing. And honestly, it's probably going to overperform. So many different pieces of this storm have done what we didn't think they were going to do. This is one of them that I think is probably going to put down maybe even a couple inches here in Fort Worth and Dallas before it's all said and done. Hello, Brandy. Thanks for being a high risker for 3 months. Yeah, we just had tornadoes in and around Houston. I mean, that's what we were talking about not too long ago. And now we're talking about snow in Dallas. What time will the bad weather hit Greensburg, Louisiana? Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know where that is. But let me find it for you. Okay, so Greensburg is north and east of Baton Rouge. I would say you got a couple. It's probably be around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. somewhere in there. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. You got a couple hours. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, there's a supercell coming on shore on the Louisiana shores toward Vermilion Parish to the east of Creole, well east of that. Yeah, it's a mostly rural area here in the swamps, but in the most recent velocity scans, it seems we've got some pretty rapidly tightening rotation here. So that's the one I'm focused on right now, entering the southwest corner of Vermilion Parish.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill directing our attention to the next area of interest. There are a couple supercells out here. This is the closest one. That's going to come into a pretty rural area of Louisiana here. We're going to see if that actually, ends up producing something here, because if it does, it'll end up moving up towards the intra-coastal city and Abbeville areas. But look at this. We got another big area of rotation right here. We got another one back here, another one right here. These all are essentially going to be pointing themselves towards the Baton Rouge, New Orleans corridor over time. So it's nothing to worry about right now, but definitely got to be watching that as we go forward. Yeah, Lafayette is not under a tornado warning, but you're very close. You're very close to being under one. The storm's going to come through Lafayette. It's going to be strong. Whether you get a tornado or not, we're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds, and one of our storm chasers just recorded that. So it's coming. Excuse me. Got heavy snow falling in the Ozarks right now, and the roads are a mess in Arkansas. Just snow, Chris, just snow. Yeah, I think it's important to note that this threat's going to carry into the overnight and early morning period. So we're going to have off and on tornado warnings probably through 3 a.m. and not just in like Louisiana, right? This is also going to end up making its way into Mississippi, the the panhandle of Florida, and then also southern Alabama. So we're only technically halfway through this bout of severe weather. It's currently 7 p.m. So we've been streaming for about 7:38 p.m. We've been streaming for about 6 hours now. And we're going to keep going until at least midnight. The incredible B Guy. Thanks for becoming a high risk member. Gone to Tech says, I finally heard from my brother-in-law working at a chemical plant in Deer Park. Said it took a direct hit from the tornado and it's destroyed. Wow. Austin, a lot of people are asking about Ohio. It's going to snow in Ohio. If you're in northwestern Ohio, it's probably going to snow a lot. If you're in central Ohio or northeastern Ohio, it's probably going to snow a lot, but it'll probably melt very quickly. Seriously, like as soon as it falls, like it's going to start raining for a lot of you. If you're in southern Ohio, southeastern Ohio, it's probably going to snow a little bit and then it's going to melt like completely as the rain comes in. Bama Guy 205 says, buy you some dinner. Much love and support. I appreciate it. We're probably going to we'll do a poll here. We'll let you guys decide what I'm going to be eating or what me and Carly will be eating here at the Weather House tonight. Just as soon as this tornado warning is allowed to expire. And I think that's going to happen soon. There is a new area of rotation that's kind of entering the tornado warning polygon. The original area that sparked the tornado warning was this, right? That went on to dissipate, but now there's a new area. So they'll either allow this to expire or they'll issue a new warning. That one might actually include this town of Lafayette too. It's hard to tell what they're going to do, but that's definitely twisty-turny right there. Haley says, always enjoy watching you. I'm watching today while recovering from surgery. Keep up the great work, Ryan. Well, Haley, thank you so much. I hope you recover quickly. Heather Rooks and family are waiting for snow in Kentucky. Same here. I'm waiting for it. I don't know when we're going to get it. Well, actually tomorrow, especially if, in central and eastern Kentucky, there's a pretty good chance that tomorrow through the day on Thursday, we're going to have off and on snow showers. I don't know if it'll lead to much in the way of accumulation, but it's something. By the way, everybody that's sending in their pictures of snow measurements and even stuff like this counts. Anonymous in Alexandria, Indiana. No y'all's of snow yet, but it should start around 2 a.m. This counts. You are now entered to win $1,000 at the end of the stream. So make sure you're sending in your snow reports so we can log you in our system and we can do that at the end of the stream. It's going to be super fun, super exciting. Okay, I think we're about to get a new
tornado
warning. There it
has
is.
been issued.
Lafayette, St. Martin, and Vermilion Parish, Louisiana, are under a new tornado warning, and that's pretty much exactly what we talked about earlier. A new polygon here for that new circulation, and it does include Lafayette. So now Lafayette, Louisiana is under a tornado warning. We want you guys to take shelter immediately, please. As this area of rotation could produce a tornado here as it comes up towards Andrew, and then Maurice, and then Broadmoor, and then right into Lafayette, Louisiana. So take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. You don't want to play around with it. You don't want to take chances. You just want to abide by the recommendation of the National Weather Service to take shelter. And we're going to get through this one, okay? We got pretty much our whole team of chasers is on this storm. I think we got Brad Arnold out there in and around Lafayette. We got Brian Allen. We got Chris Hall. We've got Brett Adair and multiple other storm chasers out here. So Lafayette, you've got like literally every storm chaser in your town right now. And the reason they're there is because they're trying to see a tornado. So if that doesn't tell you to get to shelter, I don't know what will. Some of these guys like Chris and I definitely know Chris and Brian have driven thousands of miles from, way up in Illinois. I think that's where Brian's from, to go all the way down to Houston, Texas, and then all the way up to where you are just to try to see a tornado. So there's probably something to that. I would take shelter. Yeah, we got a new tornado warning for Acadia, Lafayette, Martin, and Vermilion parishes in Louisiana. It includes Lafayette. We've got no immediate signs of a tornado down, but we do see signs of a tornado forming here. A tornado could be coming together near Andrew, Louisiana right now. It looks like somebody took a bite out of the polygon. Yeah, that's another thing that could be worked on with the warning system. More than likely, there's this parish here is in a different warning area, and there's just a lot of red tape that goes into trying to coordinate to get the box to be fully rounded. That should not be a thing, but usually they work well together, and it all works out. So there's the storm. That's where the potential tornado is coming together here near Andrew. Still don't know if it's on the ground. Doesn't matter though, because it could be, and it could happen very quickly if it's not. But it is going to continue to run up towards Dusson and Lafayette here over the next little bit. We got storm chasers Brian Allen, Brad Arnold, and Brett Adair in the direct path of this thing. You can see their cameras there on the screen. So if there's a tornado or power flashes or anything like that, we'll see it through them. Lafayette, Louisiana needs to be in a safe place now. Do not wait. Oh. We got another tornado warning, but I didn't hear any beeps. Beeps broken again? Man, we got to do some heavy maintenance on our beeps. Anyways, we do have a new tornado warning. This is for Iberia Parish and Vermilion Parish and Lafayette Parish in Louisiana. Let's come over here. How are you getting beeps? Yeah, studio monitor, NDI.
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Do you copy?
Yeah. Yeah, Brad, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I'm sitting in the city of Lafayette, Louisiana right now, watching the circulation to our southwest. It's tornado warned. The last scan, it's not there anymore, but the past 2 scans did have a CC drop just probably north of Abbeville. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but it's headed in. Lafayette's a very populated city, so if anything happens, I'll report back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Storm chaser Brad Arnold, who is in Lafayette awaiting this storm. What he's talking about with that CC drop is this, and I noticed this too, right near Andrew. You'll see this right here. I'm not sure if that's indicative of a tornado being down, but let's just assume that it is and take shelter. But the rotation is right in here, and it's going to come up into Lafayette within the next little bit. This is a very populated area. We want everybody in that town to take shelter. All right, no excuses. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but it's probably tens of thousands. Everybody should be sharing this, getting the information out there. If you know somebody in Lafayette, let them know what's coming, because this could turn into a very bad situation quickly. Now, there was a new tornado warning issued down here that includes Abbeville, and that's for this area of rotation right here. That's also going to come in towards Intracoastal City and Henry and Erith and all these places in Louisiana. That's a part of this confluence line, this band of storms that's going to be training up through Louisiana here in the next little bit. And that's just one of the many areas of rotation that we are concerned about. In fact, right here, there's probably a big water spout going on right now. So yeah, that's what we're looking at here. Unfortunately, this is all happening. The tornado situation is kind of getting a little bit more intense as the storms get closer and closer to New Orleans. We've seen 2 big tornadoes go through New Orleans on stream here over the past year. Not saying that's going to happen again today, but hopefully everybody in that town is aware of the risk tonight. Erath. Gotcha. So we got a tornado warning for Lafayette and Abbeville. Please take shelter now. And of course, if there's a tornado out here, we're going to know soon, because every daggone storm chaser and his brother is down there in Lafayette. Brent, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Josie, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Let's see here. Valerie Rogers says, Mississippi. Right now, there's nothing happening in Mississippi other than some rain. However, if you live in southern Mississippi, specifically extremely southern Mississippi, like in Hattiesburg, point south to Gulfport, there is a chance of some significant severe weather tonight. It'll be late, after midnight more than likely. But yes, there is a chance for some severe weather and maybe some isolated tornadoes. Hey, Brent, thank you so much, man. 5 gifted subs. Zachary says, Ryan, you haven't warned the fish of the water spouts like last time. You're right. I'm really off my game tonight. if you know any fish out there in the Gulf of Mexico, let them know about that water spout that could potentially turn into a tornado as it moves inland there. Thanks for the call out. Let's see here. Samantha says, I think I asked this before, but do you have to be awake watching your stream when it ends to win the $1,000 if you're picked? No, you can take a picture of your snow measurement, send it to me, and immediately go to sleep, and then you could wake up tomorrow $1,000 richer. Like, I mean, I can't imagine a better experience watching the weather. But the way it'll work is as long as you send it to me through email or through Twitter, we will reach out to you. We'll respond to your email or DM you on Twitter, whatever it is, and we'll just handle we'll handle the transaction later if we need to. But it would be cool if you were awake, because last time we did it live. We cash apped, I don't remember who it was exactly, but we cash apped them live on the air, and it was super fun, super awesome. Currently, we have 2 tornado warnings. Ooh, this one right here looks nasty now. This one looks nasty. So this is the one down here near Forked Island and Intracoastal City. That might be producing a tornado right now, and that's the storm that's going to eventually move up towards Abbeville in Louisiana. Now, the storm up here near Lafayette is still rotating. Okay, it's still rotating. We had maybe that brief tornado down here near Andrew. The rotation is broad, though. This could change very quickly. That's why we still want the entire city of Lafayette to be in their safe spots. But I'm really concerned about this one specifically. M. says it's doggone cold out there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but no snow yet. It's coming. It's going to snow and then it's going to rain, but it's coming. Thank you so much for sending that in. Will this storm be coming up to Pennsylvania? Yeah. It'll snow first and then it will rain. Most of our storm chasers are located in and around Lafayette right now in Louisiana, as they are under a tornado warning. No tornado being spotted right now, but I'm telling you, just look at the conditions. It's definitely a bad storm out there. This is Brad Arnold. This is Brian Allen. Look at the strong winds here. This is in downtown Lafayette. Very strong winds ripping through this gas station here. So this is a very severe thunderstorm. Let's take a look at Brett Adair, who is also, I believe, maybe at that same gas station, showing us another view of some of the really strong winds that are coming through. Actually, no, they're at separate gas stations. But this is in Lafayette, Louisiana. A strong, severe thunderstorm is coming through right now. It's capable of producing a tornado. You're under a tornado warning. Hopefully, you are in your safe spot. because this is going to last for another 10, 15 minutes out here. And certainly there's damage being done right now. Even if there's not a tornado, the strong 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts will do it. Dang. Andrew Young says, I'm watching from Lafayette, Louisiana. Thank you for your expertise. If you ever come down, I'll buy you some crawfish and learn you some Cajun talk. Now that sounds, I think I'll be down there next week. Looks like most of the people out there that have Yalla meters are in Illinois and Indiana and Ohio and places like that. Unfortunately, I think that it's not going to start snowing there until after we are done with the stream. So I would go ahead and set up your Yalla meter, or just take it outside now and snap a picture of it so that you can still be entered to win. Strong, severe thunderstorm moving through Lafayette right now, capable of producing a tornado. I don't think it is, though. Not right now, anyways. We do need to be in our safe spots regardless. This is doing damage out there for sure. Might even see some power outages. I'm a little bit more concerned about the prospect of a tornado being down here near between Forked Island and Intracoastal City in Louisiana. That's a much stronger rotation signal right there. Don't see any signs of debris being lofted into the air yet, but certainly very strong rotation there. And that's going to be moving up towards Abbeville, so we're watching that closely. Zach gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Marty Thomas says, don't y'all cook? A crock pot on bad weather days works wonders. I think she's talking to us because we're ordering food. No, we cook when there's no severe weather. It's part of the fun. Oh, here's another good one. Here's a submission from Ashwee in Nampa, Idaho. So Iberia Lafayette, and Vermilion parishes are still under a tornado warning, but I do believe they've allowed the tornado warning for Lafayette to expire. So thank goodness. No more tornado warning there, but you're still getting absolutely slammed by a daggone gully washer down here, and the winds are whipping. Let's see here. So there's a view from Brian Allen in Lafayette, and here's a view from Brett Adair. I mean, it is absolutely coming down there. Obviously, winds are still capable of producing damage, whether we've got a tornado or not. So please be careful out there. I don't know what's going on in front of Brian here. I don't know how he's seeing. I can't even see through the camera. Dang. What do we got here? Jonathan says, oh boy. Jonathan said there's a truck overturned from possible straight line winds on I-10 eastbound in Rain, Louisiana. My goodness. Thanks for sending that in. Also, we got a Yala meter out here from Andrew, waiting to see how much we get starting Wednesday afternoon in northern New York. We've also got about 4 inches of snow, or 4 yalls of snow, I should say, in Winston, Huntsville, Arkansas. Then the dog there, that's Winston. Wow, it's coming down good there. 4 whole yalls of snow already. We refer to them as yalls because when I designed this, I forgot to put an inch indicator on there. It just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, so it doesn't have a unit of measurement. So we've made up our own. It's not inches of snow, it's yalls of snow. We've also got one out there in Rochester, New York. Rochester. There's a good old fashioned ruler. But yeah, you're still in. You're still in. You don't have to have our fancy ruler. You're still in. It just helps. It's just cooler when you got the better ruler. But everybody can play. It's open for everybody. Thank you for that report, though. Really appreciate it. We still have the tornado warning down here for Abbeville. The area of rotation, the area of concern is still there. It's just not, thankfully, unlike some of the earlier storms that we were dealing with, these aren't immediately turning into big PDS tornado warnings. So that's good. We did get a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. It's still an enhanced risk for pretty much the same areas east of the line here, and that's going to give us it's still a 10% hatch risk for tornadoes and 30% wind. Abbeville. Is it Abbeville? I think it sounds like I'm saying Advil, but I'm trying to say Abbeville because I didn't know if it was Abbeville. Just waiting on the next radar scan to kind of tell you what's happening in Abbeville. Obviously, you already got a big storm that just went through, but we're watching an area of rotation to your south that could lift up to the north and impact you here. This is Cornelius. He's here to represent the snow in North Carolina. Love it. I'll tell you what, this area of rotation might not be producing a tornado right now as it moves up towards Abbeville. But buddy, we've got 1, 2 more on the way that might cause some problems near Intercoastal City and New Iberia. And I believe that's why our storm chasers have decided to start moving off to the east here. You see Brad, there's Chris, there's Brett and Brian. They're all going east now on I-10 up towards Baton Rouge, following the storms. Yeah, Abbeville, not Adville. I'll tell you what, I think that we're going to order dinner here soon, but I need to take a really quick break. I've been sitting here for 7 hours straight. I got to stand up for a second, and I'll be right back. Do we have Andy around still? No, we don't. Okay. All right, that's fine. What I'll do is I'll just be right back. The floor is open. If Riley or anybody wants to chime in with anything at any time, you can do that. But otherwise, I'll be right back.
All right, hello guys. Well, Brian's away. I have more information from our storm chaser, Brian Allen. He is in Lafayette Parish, Louisiana, and you can see on his feed that it's still windy. He has the anemometer, which is taking consistent wind speeds on top of his car, and this entire time he's been in this severe warning, he's been getting wind speeds of 55 plus nonstop, and this has been going on for the whole time. He's on the backside of that severe thunderstorm warning, which will most likely be canceled soon. But there's also been a flash flood warning issued. I don't think we've been talking about the flash flood warnings very much throughout this stream, but we need to be taking these seriously as water is almost more dangerous than tornadoes. And you can see on his feed, he is the upper middle there. It's raining hard, it's windy. He can said when he walked outside, he could barely see his hand in front of his face. And he's hydroplaning going around 30 miles an hour. So that's really, really slow. The roads are really hard to drive on. He said there's accidents all around him. You can see hazards on. So he's trying his best to drive, but it's really hard to drive. And if you're in this area, I just wouldn't go out and drive. You just need to stay off these roads. All of our storm chasers right now are in this general vicinity of this severe thunderstorm warning. It's off to the north of our tornado warning right now. There's nothing currently tornadic, but it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be taking it seriously. Do we have any questions in chat? Where are you all watching from tonight? Andy's in bed. Andy's not in bed. Andy's just getting dinner. We all have to eat. We're all human here. No questions in chat. Come on, give me something to answer. I don't have that much to talk about. Haters always get me in the mood for pizza. That's respectable. Pizza's a really good meal. Everyone loves a good pizza. All right, there's our locations. Sorry, I'm quite ahead of you. I see a lot of people in our risk area today. That's cool to see. It's good to know that we're reaching the audience that we need to reach. Ryan is getting plugged in to charge. Contrary to popular belief, Ryan doesn't actually need to charge. He is a real human. So he's probably charging with food right now. Is Carly awake? Carly is awake. I'm covering her right now, but if I'm up on screen, Carly, press that button. Carly is a big help for us. She does all the feeds, keeps all the names updated. Edina, Minnesota gang. We love our Minnesota gang. Not a lot of snow up here, but hey, some snow is better than no snow. What's the biggest tornado you have seen on stream? That's a hard question to answer because you can't really know how big a tornado is just looking at it. But I think one of the most serious tornadoes that Ryan's ever covered was probably the Mayfield. We all know Mayfield, 1210. That was a big event. Will you show us the storm? Will you show us the snowstorm as it moves north? I can't actually move the screen. I don't have the ability to do that, but it is snowing to the north and not even that far north of this. We have the OU campus and Jason Cooley up on screen. They're in Oklahoma. It's snowing in Oklahoma. I see a lot of questions, people asking who I am. I'm Riley. So I go by a few titles here. Ryan calls me assistant. I'm part of what I do for the streams. I communicate with the storm chasers and I get information from them to Ryan. And yes, I am in a college dorm. Pardon my background. There's only so much we can do here in a college dorm. I am in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. I'm going to college here, studying water resources. Do you know what Indiana is going to be like? Indiana is going to see snow throughout the day. There is a chance that we might have a dry slot that would intercept some of that snow, but a good portion of Indiana, at least, will be getting snow. I think Ryan's almost back, so we'll wrap this up here. You got your shrimp boots on. I don't know what shrimp boots are, but I do not have shrimp boots on.
Oh, crap. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh. We're losing Ryan again. He's didn't completely finish the charging. Do you enjoy songs about the Edmund Fitzgerald? Edmund Fitzgerald is the greatest song of all time, and there's no debate about it. If you've heard the Edmund Fitzgerald, you know it's the best song of all time. Do you not have a roommate? I actually do have a roommate. He's gone right now, but my roommate, when I'm doing things like this, even into like 3 a.m., he just sleeps through anything. He's an amazing roommate. Go Badgers. Yes, go Badgers. What websites do you use to watch the radar? So we don't use websites to watch the radar. We tend to use programs such as Radar Omega. GR2 is a big one. GR2 is what the NWS uses. And that's the one that that is the one that's on the bottom of the screen right now. I think it's right here. Nope, right there. That's GR2. So that is just an all-around good weather program. It's expensive, but it's the best radar program out there. Does Morgan City look like it will get any bad sales with tornadoes? I do not know where Morgan City is, but luckily enough, it does appear that our tornado threat is waning. It's decreasing. There is still a threat. The SPC does still have a 10 hatched area. Go Packers. Yes, go Packers. Gordon Lightfoot is the beast. Yeah. See, chat knows what's up. We love Gordon Lightfoot. We love the record of Edmund Fitzgerald. That's Omega. Okay, so that is Radar Omega. It looked like GR2, but they're both really good programs. All right, and Ryan's back, and Ryan's muted. Okay, now he's unmuted.
All right, thank you very much, Riley. You killed it. You killed it. So we have decided. By the way, no tornado warnings. All warnings have been allowed to expire. We still have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a bunch of future potential tornadoes. So we're not done here, but we have another little lull. So me and Carly decided that we are hungry. Therefore, we want to eat. We've picked 4 places. We've randomly selected 4 places or ideas for food. We're going to let you guys vote on that in the chat. So everybody focus on the chat right now. Carly's going to post a poll. Whatever wins is going to get, that's what we're going to order, right? So the 4 options are pizza, Mexican restaurant, Applebee's, or McDonald's. All right. Like, hey, that's what we have in good old Kentucky. In our part of Kentucky anyway. So vote on that poll. And it looks to me like Mexican restaurant is winning big time. Man, that does surprise me too. Hold on. I'm going to pop this out so you guys can see the results. Yeah, Mexican restaurants got 47%, almost 3,000 votes. Half of them for Mexican restaurant. Pizza's close second. McDonald's has got nothing. You guys do care about us, somewhat. I actually like McDonald's. So looks like Mexican restaurant it is. I'm very surprised about that, and I wasn't prepared for this, so I don't know what I want from the Mexican restaurant. I thought for sure people would go pizza. I really don't want Mexican restaurant. Order us pizza, Carly. Hey, listen. What we didn't tell you is that what I can pick the top from the top 2. I forgot to mention that. That was a rule from the beginning. So we are getting pizza. Thank you guys for helping us determine what we're eating tonight. And I haven't eaten like anything today except for I had something small before the stream started. 7 hours or 8 hours ago, whatever it was. So I did decide that I'm also going to have a little pregame snack here. Just regular, whatever you want. I'm cool with it. Yeah, I just forgot to mention that rule, that part of the rule. It's no big deal. But yeah, pregame intermission snack here. I don't know if you guys have seen this before or not. The Mr. Beast bar Feastables. We've got them in the weather house here, so we figured we might as well try them out. The sea salt chocolate bar. Fantastic. Love it. If you're just now tuning in, this is not a food review. This is weather coverage. But we're eating at the same time because we've had a bunch of tornado warnings today. It's been crazy out there. But it's finally calmed down just a little bit. We think that it's only temporary. So we're trying to take advantage of this while we can. Use the downtime to refuel, replenish our energy levels, because it's 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and we're going to be here till midnight at least. So we're just kind of refreshing here a little bit. Where are we getting pizza from? Pizza Hut? Yeah. Okay, that works. Yeah. Everybody says, come on, man, it's Taco Tuesday. No. I don't know why. I actually love, especially our local Mexican restaurants. They're good. They're like actually really awesome. But something about eating that right now. Yeah, we had a little lunch, and it was Moe's. It's kind of like Chipotle, so that's probably what it is. That's probably why we don't want to do that. Oh my god. You guys are like actually funny. That's hilarious. I think that was super hilarious. All right, I've got a lot of new submissions as far as Yalameter stuff goes. So I'm going to go way back in time here. I'm going to go through them. We're going to keep monitoring the radar and all of our storm chaser feeds. But right now, there's nothing really to zoom in on other than the ever expanding snowfield on the backside of the storm here. So the snow is really starting to break out here. And we've got Sean Thompson out here that says the Yalameter came in after the storm, but there's some left over to break it in. Keep up the great work, Sean. I'm sorry it didn't come in until after the storm, but you have broken it in there. And you are now, just because you sent this in, you are officially entered to win the contest. We're going to be giving somebody $1,000 tonight. And by the way, if some people on my team, if you can throw me some, if we're monitoring picks at ryanhaulyall.com, if you can throw me some of those, I'd like to show those on air as well. Or just point me into the direction of where I need to go to see them in the Discord server there. Oh, this is cool. Simba the cat hanging out in the weather room watching Ryan Hall, y'all. This is just so cool that there's more people than just me that have weather rooms. I thought that was a uniquely me thing. But, buddy, there's a lot of us out there, isn't there? I love that. Let's see if you are currently watching and following along in your own weather room tonight. I'd love to see it. Already got about 2 yalls of snow, 2.5 yalls of snow there in Madison, Wisconsin. But they're hoping for more from Mr. Thompson. Thank you for sending that in. And here's another one from Ontario, Ohio. Got one of the big ones, the big 42-incher there. Looks like only about 2 inches on the ground right now. You will end up with more. Thanks for sending that in, for real. We got Trixie saying, Deanna, the weather corgi says, please send snow to cover up the poo that my lazy mom hasn't picked up in South Bend, Indiana. Hey, it's on the way. You're not finding it anytime soon in South Bend. You guys are so creative and funny. Got another homemade one here. This is in Mountain Home, Arkansas. This is just on my railing. I'm not I'm not willing to venture out past the door right now. I don't blame you. Close to 2 y'alls there. Appreciate the report. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is very cool. First of all, we got 16 inches of snow there in St. Germain, Wisconsin. And they've also got it rigged up to where they can monitor the temperature too. This is something that we could do. Like, we could make this, make it look cool, make it match. Yallometer extensions, add-ons, expansion packs. I think that would be cool. And I love the idea. That's awesome. No new snow, but lots of old snow in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Brittany, thanks so much for sending that in. You'll get a little bit of new snow out of this one. Do we have anybody else on the roads out there in Arkansas or anything through LSM like that with a lot of snow on the ground? No? Okay. I know we've got we got Nick Gorman and Bryce Shelton in where? Indiana? Illinois? Okay. Whenever it starts snowing there, we'll go ahead and throw them up, but until then, fine. Ryan, do you have any news for Tennessee? No, not really. It's going to rain tonight. That's about it. It's going to get windy. Most of the snow action is happening out to your north and west. How much snow will southeastern Ohio get? We're talking about 2 to 3 inches for a lot of you guys, but it's going to fall tonight. Then early in the morning tomorrow, it's going to start raining, and a lot of that's going to go away. This is good, by the way. I don't know if have you guys seen these at Walmart? We're also the influencer, the what is it called? The creator economy is important to us here at the Weather House. Not sponsored. Just actually legitimately enjoy both of those things incredibly. Oh, here's an update. Disaster RS Corp says waiting on power crews to isolate lines so we can clear this road in Pasadena, Texas. Lots of damage out there in Pasadena. I'm interested in hearing if what and all is needed, if there's a massive response of like supplies and stuff that are needed. I haven't heard anything so far that it indicates that, but if so, we're going to do what we can to show up for sure. This is hilarious. Heather Rooks. They're doing the snow dance out there in Somerset, Kentucky. Oh boy, that's awesome. Yeah, I think these are the guys that said the no snow-o-meter or something like that. You guys are my neighbors. This is very close to where we live. Got them out there in the middle of the night. Actually, it's just 8:30. But doing the snow dance, I love that. That's fun. I really hope you guys get snow. B77L is prepping his Yolometer for some snow later tonight in Kansas City. Getting it ready, getting it cold. I love it. Oh, this is cool. Officer Snowman reporting for graveyard shift in Columbus, Ohio. On duty, awaiting snowfalls, totals, y'alls. That's awesome. What does it say? Oh, so this is, they've got a paper plate here and they've written Yolometer on it. It does the job. It does the job. And that's a beautiful snowman. I'm not going to critique this one because this is, we're not into that yet. We're not into the snowman critique, but we'll just say that this is a great snowman. Love it. If you're just now tuning in, we've done a lot of severe weather coverage today. We've had several tornadoes, severe weather, flash flooding events that have happened across Texas and Louisiana. Right now, we've got some strong storms that are moving through some of these south central parishes in Louisiana, but no tornado threats. So we're kind of taking a breather and zooming out a little bit and talking about the snow storm that's happening as well. Lots of snow. Lots of stuff like that, getting ready to kind of overtake the South Central and Ohio Valley areas. So we're trying to update you on what's going on with that, on top of the severe weather situation. And of course, as these storms move into Baton Rouge and New Orleans, we're going to zoom in and kind of give you an update on that as well. Kim says, counting the inches Monday in Latham, New York. Look at that. Got about 7 inches there. And of course, he's got his snow shirt on. I'm so jealous of you guys. Really, really want snow. So let's zoom in here and actually look at these severe thunderstorms and just see what's going on real quick before we get back into looking at some of these submissions. I could sit here all day and look at pictures of your all's snow, and we probably will for a significant period of time tonight. But we still do have severe weather happening right now down here in Louisiana. We got a strong line of storms. It's getting ready to go through Jeanerette, Cypermort, Rosedale, and Baton Rouge in Louisiana. This is going to have strong 50, 60 mile an hour winds. And then, of course, some small hail. But most importantly, the potential for some tornadoes. Very slight chance right now. We're not looking at any like imminent tornadic threats, I don't think. But definitely something that we're watching closely here. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if we heard those beeps and we got some new tornado warnings here over the next little bit as these storms transition between two radar zones here. So we've got strong storms coming into Baton Rouge within the next hour or so. New Orleans, it'll be a couple hours, but this is still in a kind of atmosphere to where it can produce tornadoes and a very significant severe weather. So we're watching it closely. Thankfully, we don't have like 6, 7 tornadoes going on at the same time like we did earlier. We are just kind of watching this wall of wind move through, and we're watching for maybe some spin-up tornadoes to happen within that. So we're going to keep you updated on that. We still do have some people in the background that are watching and can maybe hopefully direct my attention away from the pictures if need be. But Andy, Andy isn't here anymore. Andy had to go to sleep. Andy's on a little bit of a different sleep schedule. And I believe he was just, oh, Andy is here now? Oh, okay. I thought that Andy went to sleep. Andy, do you need to go to sleep? Because if you do, you can, man. You don't feel pressured to stick around. I know
I'm all good, Ryan.
Okay.
I'm all good. Thank you.
All right. I thought that he had retired for the night whenever you said he wasn't here earlier. So, but we do have, oh yeah, probably. But we do have Andy here. All right. Until he needs to not be here. So that's good. We've got the team here. We're watching and we're waiting to see what's going to happen next. So if you're in Baton Rouge, get ready. You got a strong, severe thunderstorm on the way right now. Prime is a great drink to have while streaming. Yeah, I agree. I like all that stuff, man. The Feastables, the Prime. It's actually good. No snow yet in Dry Hill, Illinois. Just a bit of rain. Hayden loves his Yalla meter. Hey, that's probably going to get a decent coverage tonight. I would say definitely more than 4 or 5 inches possible there in that section of Illinois. So get ready for it. I'm just looking through Twitter to see if there's anything new. Remember, guys, if you want to send anything, including pictures like this, twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all, or pics@RyanHallYall.com. From Appleton, Wisconsin, no snow here. I hope it does, but my parents do not. I don't understand why somebody wouldn't like snow. I get it, dangerous on the roads. It's cold. It's annoying. But, I mean, that's it. Otherwise, it's awesome. Oh, I think we've got a tornado warning coming down the hatch. We do. Still no sound. Ugh. We got a new tornado warning for Iberia, Martin, and St. Mary Parish in Louisiana. So our beeps are broken again. We'll get those fixed for you. And then we're going to zoom in on our newest tornado warning here, which includes Franklin, Louisiana. There it is. That's your polygon. Franklin and Jeanerette, which is one of the places that we were just talking about not too long ago. Let's see why we have this tornado warning, and I see why right now. Big area of rotation here near Weeks. That's going to move over towards Franklin and Jeanerette here within, like the next little bit. Weeks, we're talking about minutes. And then Franklin, we're talking about maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so. This is a dangerous storm. It's capable of producing a tornado right in here. That's where our rotation's happening. So we want to get into our safe spots now. Okay, audio's working now. Generate. I got close. This is what oh boy. My mother made this for you. Everyone loves to watch, but no one wants to hear their city's name. Oh, we got to switch the cameras. Oh, what in the heck? Hold on. I gotta get this camera back. There we go. All right, sweet. Is your golf cart safe? Yes, it's safe and sound. No need to worry about it tonight. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning here. It's for this area of rotation near Weeks, Louisiana. It's moving towards Jeanerette and Franklin in Louisiana. I don't think we have any solid proof that this tornado is down, but we're going to assume that it is, and we're going to take shelter out here because this we've seen it happen a million times today. Very quickly, things go south, and we don't want to take any chances. But also on top of the tornado coverage here, we are also doing snow coverage because it is snowing out there through a lot of Oklahoma, portions of Texas, Arkansas, southern Missouri, and it's going to break out into Indiana and Illinois and western Kentucky a little bit later. So we got a lot of people out there sending in their snow reports as well, which has been really fun, really fun. Barbara says, I cried. I was so happy to get my Yolometer. This is the snow leftovers from the weekend. I can't wait for more to come to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yes, there will be more coming tonight. I'm excited for you. We're getting close to the edge of the radar beam here. I'm going to see if I can see this better from the New Orleans radar. Not really. This is a little bit of a radar hole down here, y'all. So we're going to lose visibility a little bit of the storm, I think, while it's going over Jeanerette. But we'll be all right.
What are you holding there, buddy?
From Lauren Wilson.
It's that deep.
That deep.
Then it's gonna be this deep.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And it's gonna be that deep.
What are you holding there, buddy?
The ceiling eater.
Who is it from?
Ryan Hall, y'all.
Future meteorologist Tom
That deep.
reporting from Springfield, Missouri. Tom, that was awesome. Great report. Thank you so much. That's super, super awesome. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, did you already leave a tip? Okay. Can you add an additional one? Or does it not let you do that? We're still watching this tornado warning, by the way, out here near Weeks and Cypremort in Louisiana. The rotation it's hard to tell what's going on with it because we're so far away from the radar beam. It looks pretty broad, but there still could be a tornado under there. And we still got to be concerned about that in Jenrette, Julian, Bowdoin, Baldwin, Franklin, and Charenton in Louisiana over the next little bit. If you're in that purple polygon, you got to respect it and you got to take shelter now. Okay, that's fine. Am I saying Cypremort completely wrong? Cypremore, really? Sorry. That one's not really my fault. It's definitely not spelled like Cypremore. You guys just need to learn how to spell your town names better. All right, let's switch the cameras. Oh, this is one of our mods. Kazaki. It doesn't meet the 4 monitor criteria as a team member, but close enough. Oh yeah, this works. You're doing a great job, so obviously it works. Some people can just do more with less. People like Riley need 18 monitors to do the same job. I'm just joking. Still no casualties, and I believe no injuries reported from any of the tornadoes today, which has been amazing. We've seen the damage. We've seen some of the really populated areas that these tornadoes have went through. So I hope that we continue to get good news like that out of this. Still looking at an area of rotation right here that could be moving into Jenret here soon in Baldwin. So please take shelter now. Still not seeing any definite signs of anything to pinpoint. We don't have anything to zoom in on really, other than just this general area of rotation right here. So Masters, Kilgore, Plantation, Farmers, Baldwin, all of you guys. You are in the path of this storm, so please take shelter now. Okay. I don't know what I did with my phone. Oh, okay. Roger Davidson says he's getting his plow truck ready. Ben Smith, thanks for becoming a high risker. Oh, Carly, put the briefly put the pie in front of the studio camera so everybody can see. The one up there. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. We don't have very many pizza options here. Yeah, this strong storm is about to move through Baton Rouge right now. No severe thunderstorm warning or anything for Baton Rouge. There's a severe thunderstorm warning to your north, a tornado warning to your south, but the actual town of Baton Rouge looks to be, maybe you're going to get hit by one of the weaker sections of the storm, but there's still a possibility that something tornadic happens here. So we can't let our guards down. Tornado or not, you're definitely going to get 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. This is in Huntsville, Arkansas. Already 3.5 inches, 3.5 yalls of snow. So a lot of places in Arkansas are already getting a pretty good amount of snow, and it's not even close to being done for a lot of y'all. Felburn Gunnarsson. I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat, man. You didn't have to do that. Cheddar Roman says, waiting for the storm to hit Hammond, Louisiana. Fingers crossed. The good news is, so far, this part of Louisiana has been, I mean, honestly, dodging a bullet a little bit. The storms were much more intense off to the west earlier. I don't know if that's going to change. I don't know if we're going to see a last minute ramp up here. I hope that doesn't happen, but we've seen it happen before. But so far, so good for this part of Louisiana. We do have a tornado warning. We have severe thunderstorms coming through. It's going to be a loud, long, stormy evening. But like earlier today, we had big, life-threatening, nasty, damaging tornadoes. We haven't seen one of those in a little while tonight, so that's good news. Let's get some updates from our storm chasers. Brad, we're still live on YouTube. Just making our rounds with the storm chasers, wanting to get an update from you. Let us know what you got planned. What are you doing next? What's going on out there? Brett, we are still live on YouTube. We're following along with you. Just wanted to get an update from you real quick. Brian, we're live on YouTube. The audience is waiting for a Brian Allen storm chasing update. So whenever you get a chance, please let us know what's going on up there where you are. And Chris Hall, y'all, please give us an update on what's going on out there and your plan for the rest of the evening.
Hey, Ryan. We are dropping south right now on I-10 from Baton Rouge. There's a tornado warned cell just to our southwest that we're keeping an eye on. Going to be trekking over to the New Orleans area. That's where I'm thinking the tornado potential is really maximized over the next couple of hours on this I-10 corridor, somewhere between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So we're gonna drop down there, probably put ourselves in position to get that storm that's coming just to the northwest of Morgan City, to be able to put our place or be able to put ourselves in a good position to intercept that.
Hey, Ryan, we are headed east now on the Atchafalaya River Basin here on I-10, just outside of Grosse Tete, Louisiana, west of Baton Rouge. And we're trying to get across this river here so we can try to get ahead of this line that continues to have circulations ahead of us. Dealing with some stout little wind gusts here, heavy rainfall, but slow go of it at this point. We're going to continue eastbound, tracking toward Hammond and maybe Covington, and stay with this thing for a while tonight. But we see some intense winds with it. It seems like the tornado threat has toned down a little bit, but we may be seeing some of these line segments breaking into more sailor elements over time. So we're going to be out for a while. We'll continue eastbound. We're going to get on I-12, head toward Hammond and Covington, go on the north side of the lake for a little bit, and give some of this stuff time to organize.
Hey, Ryan, we're heading down towards the New Orleans area currently. Going to see if this southern tip of the line right along the Gulf will try to intensify, or maybe a little prefrontal action may start back up. Hopefully not. This area has been run over in the past 2 years, so hopefully it stays downtrending as it moves off to the east. But we're going to go over to New Orleans. That's probably going to be the final stop for the night before we call it a night. Been driving a while now, so.
All right. So that was an update from all of our storm chasers out there who have been literally driving for a while. And they've been driving, Brad Arnold, for example, was in a tornado over here near Houston, Texas earlier. And now he's almost to New Orleans. So these guys are obviously dedicated, but also they're probably getting tired. So that's once again why we will probably have no choice but to end the stream sometime around midnight tonight. And that the tornado threat will probably continue to go down around that time period. It's not going to be over, but the snow portion of the storm is actually going to start picking up during that time period. So it's unfortunate. Wish we could stay awake for 24 hours and do this. Honestly, we could do that, but I think it's just going to be better for everybody involved if we get some sleep tonight and we just come back tomorrow, make some more YouTube videos, and continue to do our thing. Still got a tornado warning? Yes, we do. A big area of rotation down here near Sharonton and Jenrette, but no pinpointed area of where a tornado could be. It's just kind of like a general big rotating precautionary situation. Checking in from Long Island, New York. Thanks for everything you do. Not only is this entertaining and informative, but it helps to remind us we're all neighbors and got to help each other. Much love. Maddie Ice, thanks for that. Susan, thank you. Tammy, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. I'm over here in Maysville, Kentucky. What's in store for us? And thank you and the Y'all Squad for everything y'all do. Y'all are awesome. My family is in the Metairie, Louisiana area. Will this affect them? Yes, it will, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that intense. And then as far as what's going to happen in Kentucky, it's mostly rain. Mostly rain is what we're looking for here, unfortunately. It's going to start off as a little bit of snow, but it will, unfortunately, mostly be rain. So that's what's going on there. And, buddy, every other comment on here is about Ohio. It is going to snow tonight in Ohio. In fact, really quick here, let me show you how much it's going to snow. I think some of the places that'll get the heaviest snow are in northwestern Ohio. So we're talking about Defiance, Napoleon, Bowling Green, Van Wert, places like that. We're talking about 8 to 9 inches. Toledo, we're talking about 7 or 8 inches. Now, Columbus, Ohio could get 4 or 5 inches of snow, but it's going to rain, and that's going to melt very quickly tomorrow morning. Cincinnati, we're talking about 2-3 inches of snow. It's going to rain, though. It's going to melt very quick. Same thing down here in Chillicothe, Logan, Athens. A little bit of snow followed by a whole lot of sad rain. And I'm sorry, I don't control the weather. Contrary to popular belief, I don't control the weather. The winters, the big winters, are going to be north and west of Indianapolis. We're talking about close to a foot of snow from Greencastle to Frankfort, all the way up to Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's where the heaviest snow is going to fall. In the purples here, we're talking about more than 6 inches of snow. The closer you get to pink, the closer to a foot we get. So that's what we're talking about there. All right. So Ohio is going to get snow. It's just a lot of Ohio is going to see snow and then immediately followed by rain. See here. Thundercat. Do you feel this is Louisville's last chance at a decent snow this winter? I don't. I feel like there's probably going to be more chances Unfortunately, we are going to enter February, I think, in returning to a little bit of a warm pattern. But maybe in mid-February, late February, we get another big cold blast. I mean, winter's not over. We definitely can see snow in places like Louisville all the way through February and into March. I just think that this is one of the last like traditional winter, like January type systems. So it's not over. We still have more storms to track, but it would have been nice. It would have been better, I guess, if it would have happened this time. For making my workday fly by, thanks. No snow in Northwest Florida. Alabama, east of New Orleans, looks like we're going to get hit by this. Yes, Alabama, east of New Orleans, is going to get some severe weather tonight. Joni Williams, thank you so much for that. Ryan, is it going to snow near Dallas? It should be snowing in Dallas. Is it not snowing in Dallas? Oh man, if it's not snowing in Dallas, that sucks because it's it's snowing in McKinney, in Fort Worth, in Denton, in Plano, in Louisville, and all these places. It's just a tiny little warm bubble down here, keeping it rain in Dallas right now. And this moisture is going to get out of here eventually. I hope it's snowing. If you want snow, I hope it's snowing in Dallas right now because there's not much longer left for that to happen. Chillicothe. Like some pretty good snow in Purcell, Oklahoma there from Jason Cooley's camera. Oh yeah, and shout out to Ben Price, the one of the meteorologists that work with us here. He says shout out to him and the student forecasters at Scalia Lab. I hope I'm saying that right. He's saying they forecast for Southeast Ohio. If people want personalized weather forecasts for an NWS office holes, they should follow us. Since you were just talking about Ohio. Awesome, yeah. So meteorologist Ben does some forecasts there for Southeast Ohio. Definitely check that out. This is in Springtown, Texas, and apparently it's already melting. Oh, love that though. Great little tiny snowman. I almost missed it. The snow is inching closer to Dallas Fort Worth. Yes. Absolutely.